and gentlemen, I'm MTGBudgetBrew and welcome to today's stream. Today we're going to be building a budget deck for each of the Elder Dragons that were released for Secrets of Strixhaven. So we're going to do an Elder Dragon cycle. All right, here are the 5 Elder Dragons. I think we'll just go left to right. I think that'll be fine. So we're going to start with Silverquill, the Disputant. 4 mana 4/4 Elder Dragon, Flying Vigilance. Instant and sorcery spells you cast have Casualty 1. Casualty 1 says, as you cast a spell, you may sacrifice a creature with power 1 or greater. When you do, copy the spell, and if it has any targets, you may choose new targets for the copy. Okay, Silverquill being a 4 mana 4/4. Is actually our lowest CMC dragon, which is a good thing. This Silverquill I would probably run, I think, 3 copies of. But you know, something like Prismari, the Inspiration, this being a 7-drop, we're not going to end up running that many copies of the card. I'm going to slide over a little bit. But yeah, I'm definitely not going to run a playset of any of these because they're just, you know, they're all legendary creatures. You don't want to run a full playset of legendary creatures. Not when they're above like 2 or 3 CMC, because you're really just going to end up, they're going to clog up your hand. But what this means is that we do have one other rare available to throw into the deck. So let's see what else looks good. Actually, let's see what else looks good from Strixhaven. We could run a Killian. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, no. Need a Forum Conciliator. 3 mana 2/3. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Pay 2, sack another creature, exile target instant or sorcery card from your opponent's graveyard. You may cast it this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. If the spell will be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. Activate only as a sorcery. It does have synergy with Silverquill. But am I trying to steal things from our opponent? I don't know. We could run Moment of Reckoning, which is a very expensive card at 7 mana. 7 mana sorcery, choose up to 4. You may choose the same mode more than once. Destroy target non-land permanent. Return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So if we were to cast Moment of Reckoning, it would essentially be a board wipe. We could cast this, destroy, we could cast this while we have Silverquill out, pay the Casualty 1, sack off a 1-drop creature that we have. We would get to destroy, what, 3 non-land permanents our opponent controls. And then we can return the 1-drop that we got back. Or we can return the 1-drop that we sacrificed with the first casting. And then with the copied cast of Moment of Reckoning, we can just destroy another 4 non-land permanents. Jesus. So 7 mana, destroy 7 things, and return one of our creatures to our hand. Or to the battlefield? To the battlefield. I think it's a little bit ambitious. I think 7 mana is kind of just a lot. Fix what's broken. 4 mana sorcery as an additional cost to cast a spell. Pay X life. Return each artifact and creature card with mana value X from a graveyard to the battlefield. I don't know how much I love it. Are there any other instant or sorcery cards that we would want to copy? Withering Curse, board wipe, no. Erode, no. Restoration Seminar, 7 mana, Paradigm sorcery. Return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. We could run that. Oxplague. Each player loses half their life, then discards half the cards in their hand, then sacrifices half the permanents they control of their choice. Round down each turn. I don't love that. Or round down each time. Decorum Dissertation. 5 mana, Paradigm. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Okay, I don't think I like any of these other Strixhaven options, so we're going to look at non-Strixhaven options. Each instant sorcery spell you cast has casualty 1. Okay. Let's see. Blot out the sky. X, a white and a black for sorcery. Create X tapped 2/1 white and black inkling creature tokens with flying. If X is 6 or more, destroy all non-creature, non-land permanents. Destroy all non-creature, non-land permanents. So you're gonna destroy artifacts and enchantments with this. I don't love it. Okay. What if instead of making our other rares, let's go whenever cast or copy. Exodus, 4 mana, 2/4 double strike. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, return target non-legendary creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That sounds like it just works, right? Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, return target non-legendary creature from your graveyard to your hand. So whatever we've been stacking off to the casualties, Exodus can return back to our hand. And then we have Awaken the Blood avatar on the backside, which we can probably cast by having some kind of treasure generation in our deck, which we're definitely going to do, which we're definitely going to include if we're going to be aristocrats. Awaken the Blood avatar, 8 mana sorcery. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may sacrifice any number of creatures. The spell costs 2 less to cast for each creature sacrificed this way. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Create a 3/6 black and red avatar creature token with haste, and whenever this token attacks, it deals 3 damage to each opponent. I think this is the move. The question is, do I go with 2 Exodus? The answer is yes. the answer is very easy. Yes, we're gonna go with 2 copies of Exodus, Auric Overlord, and we'll go with 2 copies of Silverquill. And these will be the 4 rares for our deck. Now, as far as everything else, should be pretty easy to fill this out with an aristocrats style deck. For instance, I already know I want my Shambling Ghast, Deadly Dispute combo in the deck. These 2 cards just go so well hand in hand. It's insane. So that one, easy inclusion. We could run Hired Hexblade. When this creature enters, if mana from a treasure was spent to cast it, you may draw a card and lose 1 life. Let's see. Greedy Freebooter, that's a good creature to sacrifice off to the Exodus. Or to sacrifice off to Silverquill. Let's see. There's probably... I don't even know what else we want to copy. We go, let's see, destroy non-land or maybe exile non-land permanent. Maybe exile would be better. We could run Rite of Oblivion. Exile target non-land permanent, you lose 3 life. Anguished Unmaking. Don't love it. Soul Search. 2 mana sorcery, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. Exile that card. If the card's mana value is 1 or less, create a 1/1 white and black spirit creature token of flying. Casting this on turn 2 and being able to copy it as we sacrifice like a greedy freebooter would be kind of rude. I'm down to try it. I'm down to try Soul Search. Rite of Oblivion, I don't love as much. This is normally a really good card, but it's not something that we would want to copy with our casualty. Because we already have to sacrifice a creature just to cast a spell. And so to get a copy of it, we'd have to sacrifice another creature. And sacking 2 creatures seems kind of like a lot. Let's see. Whenever cast instant sorcery. We could run Clever Lumimancer. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, this creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If we're running enough removal in the deck, could be solid. Silver Quill Apprentice, 2 mana, 2/2. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Like that, just it works. Scolding Administrator, 2 mana, 2/2. Dwarf Cleric with Menace, Repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. When this creature dies, if it had counters on it, put those creatures on up to one target creature. That targets. Deadly Dispute doesn't target. It's an additional cost we sacrifice. Soul Search doesn't target our opponent's creatures. I think I want to run like Cut Down in the deck as some more removal. I just used Rehearsed Debater in a sealed event. 3 mana, 3/3 with Vigilance, Repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. This one wasn't bad. And we don't have any 3-drops. I mean, worst case, it's a 3 mana, 3/3 with Vigilance. Like, this is not the worst thing that we could have on our board. Silver Quill Pledge Mage, 3 mana, 3/1, Vampire Cleric. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, this creature gains your choice of flying or lifelink until end of turn. If we copy a spell, then we can give this both flying and lifelink until end of turn. There's the Inkling Mascot. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, this creature gains flying until end of turn, Surveil 1. I'm going to go with the Rehearsed Debater. I kind of want to throw in 2 of these Pledge Mages and maybe 2 Silver Quill Apprentices. Then from here, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not the 2 of, and maybe not the 2 of. We need removal. And I still think I want to run Cut Down. How are we doing? I think we're a little heavy in black right now. 75% of our deck has black, 50% has white. White's removal is normally, their good removal is normally an enchantment. We can't copy the enchantment, so I don't love it. We could run like a 1-of copy, Invoke the Divine, destroys our artifact or enchantment, you gain 4 life. We could run something like this, and then 3. We could run 3 removal spells in black that are 3 CMC. I still don't love the artifact or enchantment removal, though. Because we want to target a creature because of Rehearsed Debater. We could just run a playset of like Go for the Throat or Fell. Fell would be fine. Destroy target creature. We don't mind casting it during our turn because we would rather cast it during our turn for the Rehearsed Debater. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, return target non-legendary creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Silver Quill. You know what? Let's run Fell. I'm surprised that I don't have a full playset of this card. I guess I normally just go with Go for the Throat or Infernal Grasp. But we're going to try out Fell. We're going to run a full playset of Fell. From here, we can go to our lands. We're going to run, I think, probably just a full playset of Scoured Barrens is fine. Maybe not a full playset. Maybe 2. 2, 10 plains, 12 swamps. Our average CMC is 1.9. Elder Dragon Cycle, nice. Yes, we're going to be making a deck for each of the Elder Dragons that were released with Secrets of Strixhaven. And we're starting with Silver Quill. 4 mana, 4/4 Elder Dragon, Flying Vigilance. Each instant and sorcery spell you cast has casualty 1. As an additional cast, as you cast a spell, you may sacrifice a creature's power 1 or greater. When you do, copy the spell. And if it has any targets, you may choose new targets for the copy. Yeah. And then the other 2 rares that we are running alongside Silver Quill are Extus, Auric, Overlord. 4 mana, 2/4 human warlock with double strike that has Magecraft. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, return target non-legendary creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So we can sack off small guys like Shambling Gas and Greedy Freebooter to copy a spell with Silver Quill. But then as we copy a spell, Exodus will allow us to return a creature card from the graveyard to our hand. So that helps us keep our, hand full of sacrifice targets. Yeah, I think this is probably fine. The deck has 78% black, 44% white. I may want to go up one more black source, go down to 9 plains, go up to a third scoured barrens, 12 swamps. I think this should be good. I think this is a good starting point. What spells are we using? We've got Fell and Cut Down for removal. We have Deadly Dispute for draw. And then we're also running Soul Search, a card I've never used before. 2-mana sorcery that says target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it, exile that card. If the card's mana value is 1 or less, create a 1/1 white and black spirit creature token with flying. I figured curving from a 1-drop like Shambling Gas. Well, I guess not curving, but I thought Soul Search would be a good card to copy. 2 mana, sacrifice one of our 1-drops, copy this, take 2 things out of our opponent's hand, potentially make some spirits. Yeah. And then we have Rehearsed Debater as well. This and Clever Lumimancer, I think, are going to be our main damage dealers alongside Silver Quill. Clever Lumimancer, 0/1. Whenever you cast or copy an instant sorcery spell, this creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. And then Rehearsed Debater, 3 mana, 3/3 with Vigilance. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, like our removal spells, this gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Yeah, we'll have to see about the Soul Searches and the Deadly Disputes. There is another draw spell that allows you to sacrifice Plumb the Forbidden. There's another card, Plumb the Forbidden. 2 mana instant. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may sacrifice 1 or more creatures. When you do, copy the spell for each sacrifice. Each creature sacrificed this way, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. Plumb the Forbidden could make Clever Lumimancer huge. If we have like 2 or 3 1-drops on the board, we could sack, let's say, all 3 of them, get 3 copies of Plumb the Forbidden. That'll be 3 triggers for Clever Lumimancer. It'll get like +6/+6, +8/+8. Or yeah, could get really big. So Plumb the Forbidden is a consideration that I may want to throw in. We'll see how the Soul Searches are feeling. If they're not feeling great, I may cut 2 of them and go with 2 copies of Plumb the Forbidden. But yeah, I think this is a good starting point. And we got that done pretty quickly. Only took me like 15 minutes to make the deck. That's going to be important because we're making 5 decks today. Let's see, Killian. Yeah, we'll go with Killian. What do you think? Do you think we should use the Ugly Owls from Strixhaven? These absolutely horrifying companions. Or do you think we should go with some of these dragons? The Strixhaven Owls, they're ugly. But I'm thinking that if I don't use them now, okay, I'm fine with that. Dragons for sure, easy. Silver Quill, I think I'll give Silver Quill a white dragon. Yeah, I think, yeah, that'll be fine. Silver Quill can get the white dragon. We'll go to the card sleeves. I was going to say, if we don't use the owls now, I don't think I'm ever using them because they're so ugly. They're so goddamn ugly. I don't know why they made a cycle of companions that were all owls. Each school has a mascot. Why would you not make the mascot the companion? They're unique. They're different looking. It's not just 5 copy and pasted owls. And their designs are so much cooler. It makes no sense to me. And the new Silver Quill sleeves for sure. Yeah, but like, it's crazy. Like, where's the mascot? Like, Inkling mascot? That'd be cool. That'd be a cool companion to have. Elemental mascot, it's an elemental bird. That's cool. Spirit mascot, it's a spirit ox. Would be cool. Pest mascot, he's a pest ape. He would look ugly, but you know, they'd all be different. And then fractal mascot, it's just a fractal elk. Makes no sense to me. All of these should have been the 5 companions that got released with the mastery set. But whatever. Whatever. I don't work on the game. Okay, so for these decks, I think if we can get 3 wins with the deck within 5 matches, good enough. We move on to the next one. Our goal is 3 out of 5 with these. Because normally we try to get 10 wins with the deck, but I can't do that for all 5 decks. I'd be here for like 6 hours. Probably longer. Because I think the fastest I've gotten to 10 wins still took me like an hour and a half with a mono red deck, where we only lost like 2 games. Inkling would be cool because they brought them back. We're on Inkling deck now in Historic. That would be cool. Okay, opening hand, we have Shambling Gas, 2 copies of Fel, and a Silver Quill. It looks good. Let's go Shambling Gas. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with the Owls. Wow, 3rd copy of Fel. It seems a little bit excessive, but we will use it. It looks like our opponent's running mono green elves, so I'm not mad to see this much removal in our hand. If you can shut down elves early, I've seen a lot of them just scoop. Do I set up the rehearsed debater? I think I do. We leave this Llanowar elves alive for a turn, which I don't love because, you know, elves can explode onto the board very, very quickly. Oh, but we're fine. He just plays a Mossborn Hydra. That's perfectly fine. Here we go Fel. We destroy the Mossborn Hydra. That triggers the rehearsed debater. It is now 4/4. We get to swing in for 5 damage here. So our opponent's at 13. We're chilling. We did miss a land drop there. That is something to note. But overall, I think we're okay still. Opponent plays an Elfsworn Giant. Let's see. We're about to miss another land drop, which I definitely don't love. Here's the plan. I got it. We swing out. He probably blocks the Shambling Gas with the Giant. Oh, all right. He takes the 4. That's fine too. I was going to say, if he blocks Shambling Gas, we use that treasure to cast Silver Quill. But if he takes all the damage, 1, that's perfectly fine with me too. That's good. And then we just get to set up Greedy Freebooter. If he swings at us, we block with the Freebooter. It dies. We get a treasure token. And next turn, we can still cast Silver Quill. He did play the Earth Crystal. It says if 1 or more +1/+1 counters would be put on a creature you control, twice that many are put on that creature instead. So that card is a little bit scary. But here, we just set up Silver Quill. Which immediately dies to a plummet. All right. We're going to swing in with our rehearsed debater. He's going to chomp block with a 1/1. Okay. Well, that's a bit of a bummer. We'd even get to see Silver Quill for a full turn. Okay, at this point, we're going to Fel his Elfsworn Giant. Set up a Shambling Ghast. And swing out. If we could find a Deadly Dispute right now, that would be great. Our opponent plays Gigantosaurus. It's kind of a big boy. He only has 2 blockers, though. Oh, I was going to say, so we should be fine to just swing out. And he scoops. All right. Well, we got there. We won game 1. Didn't really get to see Silver Quill, but that's okay. A dub is a dub. We'll take that. That is 1 win down. We may have to play additional games just to see our dragons in action. Because if we win the next 2 games, but we still haven't played Silver Quill or gotten to trigger its ability, then, you know, it doesn't really feel like a dragon deck. Here, we're going to keep 6. Throw back 1 copy of Soul Search. We'll go turn 1, Clever Lumimancer. Our opponent starts with a turn 1 Ankle Biter. 1/1 Death Touch. Here, we could go Soul Search, or I could set up the Clever Lumimancer right now. I'm going to go with Lumimancer, and we'll pass. I want to find a cut down for this Ankle Biter. If we find a cut down next turn, we top deck it, we are in an amazing spot. He swings the Ankle Biter. We love that. We take the 1 all day. From here, we go Soul Search. Target opponent is going to reveal their hand. We choose a non-land card from it, and we exile it. If the mana value is 1 or less, we create a Spirit. Let's see, his next card, I think I will get rid of. He only has 2 mana. He has no lands in hand. He has another mana dork. I'm going to get rid of second Ankle Biter. And when we get rid of that, we get a Spirit token. Our Lumimancers got triggered. They both got +2/+2. So we get to swing in for 4 damage. He's definitely not blocking with his mana dork because, as we just saw, he has no lands in hand. He could always use the fight spell that he has in hand to have his Ankle Biter kill one of our guys, which I think he's going to do right now. Yes. But does he swing Ankle Biter here? I did not think so. Okay, let's see. We can play Exodus here. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, return target non-legendary creature card from graveyard to your hand. So we'll play out Exodus here. If we find an instant or sorcery, we'll be able to return the Clever Lumimancer from our graveyard to our hand. I kind of want to see Awaken the Blood Avatar. Okay, our opponent scoops. It looks like they really got stuck on lands. It happens. All right, well, that's 2 wins in the bag so far, but kind of need to see the dragon. It's not much of a dragon cycle without the dragons. All right, there we go. All right, opponent's going first. Our opening hand, we have double Lumimancer, a Freebooter, and a Fel. I won't lie, this hand looks pretty saucy. We go turn 1 Lumimancer. Turn 2, we go second Lumimancer plus the greedy Freebooter. And then hopefully the Fel is able to clear up any blockers that our opponent has. Go Lumimancer first. Our opponent started with an island. Followed with a forest. Okay. Let's go for second Lumimancer and Shambling Ghast. No attacks and pass. I would love for him to play a creature here. Druid class. That's also fine. That's literally nothing. So from here, I think we go Deadly Dispute. Sacrifice our Shambling Ghast. We'll get to draw 2 cards, create a treasure, and Shambling Ghast will also make a treasure. And with the mana that we still have, I think I'll just set up a greedy Freebooter. We'll go to combat, swing in for 4 damage. Set our opponent down to 16. I'm okay with that. Our opponent went first, right? I think they missed a land drop last turn. Here they just cultivate. We find a Rehearsed Debater. We'll get this down. Play the Shambling Ghast. Swing in for 1. With a greedy Freebooter. Set our opponent down to 17 and end the turn. All right, he's been ramping up. He's got to play something here. He's got to play something big here. Give me a creature to kill with Fel. Do it. Play 2 creatures. Set up 2 blockers. Make my day, please. 2 blockers. That is a land. Okay, here we get to play Silver Quill. We'll go to combat, swing in for 5. Set our opponent down to 14, and we end the turn. Okay, now if our opponent plays a creature or 2, we can copy Fel with the Silver Quill. We can just sacrifice a Shambling Ghast to copy our Fel. We'll be able to destroy 2 target creatures. Ooh, Coma. Okay, we have just enough mana to get through Coma, which is good. Ward 4 is kind of a lot of ward. So it's going to cost all of our treasures, but we can do it. Fel, yes. Ward 4, auto pay everything. There goes our treasures. Coma dies. Rehearsed Debater gets bigger. Clever Lumimancer, they both get bigger. We swing in. And that's just lethal. Exactly lethal. Exactly. All right, and just like that, we have 3 wins with Silver Quill. Okay. All right, moving on. Well, we nailed it. I don't know. That game will have to be good. I don't know. I want that to be good enough. I want to just move on, but our opponent didn't do anything that game. He played 1 creature, we killed it, and then that was the end of the game. We can do better. We can get a better match than that. We can get an opponent who's actually, like, you know, playing the game. Toka the Mighty. Let's see what you got. We go first. We got the dragon in hand. Our opponent's playing with a deck size of 182. That seems good. Good idea. All right, we're going to start with the turn 1 Scoured Barrens. Next turn, we can set up our Lumimancer and our Shambling Ghast. We play Optimistic Scavenger. 1 mana, 1/1 human scout. Whenever an enchantment you control enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Yeah, we're just going to set up Lumimancer, and I'm going to set up Greedy Freebooter over the Shambling Ghast. If our opponent has removal, I would rather Freebooter die than Shambling Ghast to get a Scry right now. We play Joined Researchers. 2 mana, 2/2. First strike. At the beginning of each end step, if an opponent has more cards in hand than you, this creature becomes prepared. Okay. So, do I want to kill the 2/2? I think I do. We go Shambling Ghast here. I will Fel the Joined Researchers. Lumimancer gets bigger. We go to combat. We swing both of our creatures. Probably just takes to 3. Yeah. He goes down to 17. Next turn, we can play Silver Quill, but after that, we are out of gas. Our opponent played Mothlight Processionist. 2 mana, 2/2 enchantment spells you cast have Convoke. Eerie, whenever an enchantment you control enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, conjure a card named Mothlight Processionist into your hand. Discard that card at the beginning of the next end step. And they also played Excalibur 2. Whenever you gain life, put a charge counter on Excalibur 2. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each charge counter on Excalibur 2. That's kind of cool. Okay, here we set up Silver Quill, and we just pass. We drew into another Fel, which is amazing. Next turn, we can cast Fel, target one of our opponent's creatures, and then sacrifice like our Shambling Ghast. Oh my god, we can sacrifice a Shambling Ghast. This is super good. Right now, we can clear his entire board. He's swinging in with the Mothlight Processionist. I'm going to say no blocks. I am scared of the 1 white he has. So look, we cast Fel. We cast it with Casualty 1. This copy of Fel is going to target Mothlight Processionist. We're going to sacrifice Shambling Ghast. When Shambling Ghast dies, we're going to put -1/-1 on the Optimistic Scavenger. And our copy of Fel is going to target the Hollowed Priest. Okay, he buffs his Scavenger. That's fine. This copy of Fel will kill the Hollowed Priest. Our Clever Lumimancer is now a 4/5. And we should be able to swing in for 8 damage here. Which we do. We connect for 8. We set him down to 11. That was good. That's the kind of interaction we were hoping to see with Silverquill. Our opponent plays Ennis, Debate Moderator, 2 mana 1/1. When it enters, exile up to 1 other target creature you control. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. At the beginning of your end step, if 1 or more cards are put into exile this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Ennis. Okay, that's fine. That does not really worry me. We can just swing in 4 in the air with Silverquill, set our opponent down to 7. And we got to set up our Rehearsed Debater, 3 mana 3/3 Vigilance. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell that targets a creature, this gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Our opponent is going to cast Daydream to exile their Optimistic Scavenger again, make Ennis a 3/3. Here we get to cast Soul Search. Target opponent reveals their hand, you choose a non-land card from it, exile that card. If the card's mana value is 1 or less, create a 1/1 white and black spirit creature token with flying. So let's see what our opponent has in their hand. Oh, we can cast this with Casualty, actually. Let's copy that. Yeah. We're going to cast Soul Search twice. We're going to sacrifice our Greedy Freebooter, which gives us a Scry as well when it dies. Another Rehearsed Debater. Do I want to leave that on top? I don't know if I was going to leave that on top. I may have scryed the Rehearsed Debater to the bottom of the deck to try and hit more removal. But our opponent has had enough. That's it. All right, see, that was a good Silverquill game. We now just went 4-0 with Silverquill. Beautiful. Silverquill, done. On to the next Elder Dragon. I should take notes. Silverquill. Let's see. For Silverquill, we went 4-1. We're done with the deck at 38 minutes. And the match I want to show off is the win versus Toka. That was around the 34-minute mark. Easy. Save as Dragon Cycle notes. Sick. All right, let's see what our next dragon is. Prismari the Inspiration, 7 mana, 7/7 Elder Dragon with flying and ward, pay 5 life. Instant and sorcery spells you cast have Storm. Prismari concerns me. Prismari is very, very expensive. We do have Dragon Orbs to help us. We have, let's see, we've got Dragon Orb. We have the Carnelian Orb of Dragonkind. Let's see. This one says add 1 mana of any color. If it's spent on a dragon, it gains haste. This says add 1 mana of any color. When you cast it, when you use that to cast a dragon spell, scry 2. So the red one's going in for sure. Probably 2 copies of the blue orb. After that, we need what's the 2-drop dragon? Fearsome Whelp. 2 mana 1/1 dragon flying haste. At the beginning of your end step, each dragon card in your hand perpetually gains. This spell costs 1 less to cast. Fearsome Whelp, 100% needs to be in the deck. The other 2 rares that we're gonna want for this. Let's see. Do I just go for more cost reduction? We could run other dragons. We could run like 2 copies of Etsushi. Etsushi, if we play it on 4 and it dies, we get 3 treasure tokens. And those 3 treasures would be enough to catch Prismari. Etsushi's good. Let's run 2 copies of that. Okay, if we're doing both of these. Okay, so I think we're good. More or less. I'm going to add some big scores into the deck. Add at least 2 copies of big score. Want something else that makes treasure as well. Let's see, treasure. I might even run Strike It Rich in this deck. Yes, okay. So now I think we have enough mana ramp / cost reduction going on that we should be able to cast Prismari fairly easily. So the question is, what instant and sorcery spell are we casting once we have Prismari that we want to have gain a storm? We need some other big boys. We need some other big instant and sorcery spells that we actually want to copy multiple times. Let's see. Visionary's Dance. I would prefer a 6-drop. Elemental Masterpiece. 7 mana, create 2 4/4 blue and red elemental creature tokens. You can pay 2, discard this card, create a treasure token. Elemental Masterpiece is for sure going in our deck. I think that's our main win con. We get out Prismari. We need to cast something cheap like a Strike It Rich, and we're going to add more 1-drops, but we cast something like Strike It Rich, and then we go into Elemental Masterpiece. This will now have a storm count of 2, and so we will create 4 4/4 blue and red elemental creature tokens. Let's see. Creative Outburst. Deal 5 damage to any target. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand. Rest on bottom of your library in a random order. You can also pay 2 to discard this card, create a treasure token. Oh, you know what? Let's add 1 copy of Creative Outburst as well. That seems cool. Stress Dream. Deal 5 damage to up to 1 target creature. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of those cards in your hand and the other on the bottom of your library. Practical Research. 4 mana instant. Draw 4 cards. Then discard 2 cards unless you discard an instant or sorcery card. 5 mana. Draw 4 seems kind of like a lot. Elemental Summoning. Create a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token. If we can cast this with Storm, it'd be 6 mana to create 2 4/4s. I think we're okay. See, Glacial Dragon Hunt. 2 mana sorcery, draw a card, then you may discard a card. When you discard a non-land card this way, Glacial Dragon Hunt deals 3 damage to target creature and has Harmonize. Harmonize for 6. You may cast this card from your graveyard for 6 mana. You may tap a creature you control to reduce that cost by X, where X is that creature's power, then exile the spell. I will pass on that one. Rapturous Moment. 6 mana sorcery, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards, add 5 to your mana pool. Rapturous Moment, I kind of want to throw in as a 1-of as well, alongside the Creative Outburst. Okay, we did that. Let's go with Consider. We're going to need more 1-drops. Definitely want Consider in the deck. Maybe even Opt as well. Full play set of Consider, Opt, Strike It Rich, 4 copies of Fearsome Whelp, 6 of these Dragon Orbs, Etsushi, Big Score, Rapturous Moment, Creative Outburst, Elemental Masterpiece. I think we need another early game creature so that we don't just die. I think another 2-drop creature as a blocker would be good. So I think I cut out 2 of these Dragon Orbs. Let's go. What's a good 2-drop creature? Probably something that likes instant and sorcery. Let's see, instant, sorcery. Preferably something with a good amount of defense. Electrostatic Field. That does have a lot of defense. We could go Young Pyromancer. That works well with the Storm. And it creates us more blockers, which is nice too. I think that's the move. I think, yeah, Opt is always nice. I think it's Young Pyromancer. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a 1/1 red elemental creature token. That gives us bodies, that gives us blockers. And Young Pyromancer is scary enough that people will want to use removal on it, which means if our opponent's using their removal early game to get rid of Young Pyromancer, they should have less for our Prismari whenever it comes out. All right, I think this is a good starting point. Let's check out our lands. My game is broken. Save and exit. Please save the deck. Okay, now let's take a look at our lands. Let's see. Common, uncommon. I don't think there's anything in particular that matters. Not that's relevant to dragons. We could run like 2 copies of these MDFC lands. Rush of Inspiration, 3-mana instant, draw 2 cards, then discard a card at random unless you pay 2 energy. Draw 2, discard 1 at random. Nah. Let's not do that. Let's go full playset of Swiftwater Cliffs. Check our ratio. 78% of our deck has red, 16%, or 44% has blue, and 78% has red. So I think 9 islands, 11 mountains, and then 4 copies of Swiftwater Cliffs should be, I think, good enough. Prismari, our avatar, we will go with Rutha, Companion. I think we go with the red dragon here. And then card sleeves, whenever they're all done loading, will be the newest Prismari card sleeves. Nice. All the way down to the bottom. These ones look dope. Done. All right. Let's see what Prismari can do. I just hit play with Silverquill again. Cancel. Get me out. Get me out. Okay, now let's see what Prismari can do. And I'm surprised that you're here, Blackbird. Today is the pre-release day, or not pre-release day, the early access day for Marvel Heroes. That's what everyone else is streaming today. But our channel is small, so we don't have early access. So yeah, I'm surprised you're not watching someone else. All right, turn 1, we start with Swiftwater Cliffs. We do have Prismari in our opening hand already, which is super exciting. We're going to start with a turn 2 Fearsome Whelp. 1/1 Flying Haste. We connect for 1. At our end step, it is going to reduce the cost of Prismari by 1 already, which is amazing. Can't wait for Scarlet Witch. I haven't looked at a ton of the cards yet, so I don't know what she does or what she looks like. Here, I'm going to discard Creative Outburst to create a treasure. We'll go to combat, swing in for 1, set our opponent down to 18. But I will look her up. Let me pull up my Scryfall. Yeah, I was watching someone draft the set. Oh, okay, there are 3 Scarlet Witches. Technically 4. There's one that's the Vision and Scarlet Witch. Which one are you excited for? Scarlet Witch, Wanda, Maximoff, Scarlet Witch, Chaotic Avenger, or just the Scarlet Witch? Our opponent played an Unstoppable Slasher. Our deck does not have removal, so this is actually a little bit concerning. We can already play Prismari. It is turn 4, and we can play Prismari. That's kind of nuts. Instant sorcery spells you cast have Storm. Next turn, we could go Strike It Rich, go with the Dragon Orb, and then consider. We could consider a lot of times. I'm going to try to play the Prismari. It has Ward, pay 5 life. Our opponent's playing mono black. They're probably fine to just pay the 5 mana into their removal spell. But maybe we're lucky, and for one turn, he doesn't have removal. We just need one turn. One turn where you don't want to pay the 5 life. Come on, leave him alone. He's just a little guy. He's just a little dragon. Ward, pay 5 life. Our opponents, they pay the 5. They exile our dragon. And then we get hit by Unstoppable Slasher. We go down to 10. That's a shame. All right, we'll cast Consider. Find another Prismari. I'll play out the red Dragon Orb. We'll swing in for 1. I can tap this to cast Strike It Rich. And we just end the turn. We might just be dead. The Scarlet Witch. You're going to combo it. You're going to combo it with Hyler Elder Blade. See how it goes. Sounds like a good combo on her. Our opponent plays the One Ring because they're fucking boring and cheesy. Wow, 4 mana. Again, extra turn. You're so good at the game. Okay. Let me look up that one too. Yeah, we take the damage. We go down to 8. Then we go down to 4. Elder Blade. 1 black for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +3/+1 at the beginning of your end step. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or spell was warped this turn, attach this equipment to target creature you control. Scarlet Witch. Instant sorcery spells you cast with mana value 4 or greater. Cost X less to cast, where X is the Scarlet Witch's power. Oh, yeah. That seems pretty nice. Ooh, we find in Atsushi. Blazing Sky. That's actually a really good top deck here. We're going to play at Sushi. Say no attacks because our opponent still has protection from the One Ring. The Fearsome Whelp is going to reduce Prismari's cost down to 5. Hopefully next turn we can cast a whole bunch of spells. Our opponent plays Aetherflux Reservoir. Interesting. Do they have removal for Atsushi? Let's see. When it dies, exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. I don't know if we need the treasures or not. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're definitely blocking with Atsushi, but I don't know if I want to go with exile or create 3 treasures. I guess I'll go with the treasures. Okay, treasures I think was a good move. We can go Prismari. Pay a treasure for Strike It Rich. Strike It Rich now has Storm. We're going to make 2 more treasures. So we go up to 5. We can flashback this Strike It Rich, which now also has Storm. We paid 3 treasures, but we're about to make 3 treasures, right? 1, 2, 3. Yep. So we're at 5. This Strike It Rich should be at a Storm count of 4 now. We just paid 3 treasures. We're at 5. We go down to 2. At the end of this, we should end up at 6. 5, 6. And now we get to consider a whole bunch of times. Let's consider. We're going to have so much draw here. It's insane. An opt. I will draw an opt. That's fine. Surveil 1. Island. Actually, I will take this island too. Surveil at Sushi. Sushi is good. Young Pyromancer. Young Pyromancer doesn't work off of copied spells. We can get rid of Young Pyromancer. And then, ooh, Elemental Masterpiece. That's a good draw too. We still have a land to play for turn, so we can play this. We could play at Sushi, or do we have enough? This is 7. No, we're 1 short from being able to cast the Elemental Masterpiece. And our opponent scooped. All right. Well, that is the power of Prismari giving everything in your deck Storm. That was pretty good. The Strike It Rich they were working out extremely well. That was doing a whole lot for us. Yeah, I think from here, I think we were just going to cast at Sushi. That would increase our storm count up to 6, and then we could cast Opt, and then that would have storm count of, well, 6. So we'd get 7 more copies of Opt right there. That is disgusting. And then we still had 8 damage that we could swing at our opponent. Their Unstoppable Slasher was still tapped down with a stun counter. So, like, I think we were pretty safe to swing there. Because, yeah, we'd have the Atsushi as a blocker, too. All right, good game. That was phenomenal. I think that was game number 2. That one's it. That's the that's the gameplay. Was that game number 1? That was the first game. Damn, we're good. You said with the Hilder Blade, you could just tap for 1, leave it there, and cast Scarlet Witch. Destroy a creature with a spell. Hyler Blade attaches Scarlet at end of turn. Yeah, it seems like a good combination. I've never seen the Blade before, and I'm seeing that's from Edge of Eternities. Yeah, that's a cool way to think about using the card. Because, yeah, reading the Blade, I wouldn't have thought about trying to pair it just with removal. My brain immediately went to, like, flicker effects, or, again, the warp stuff. Yeah, just removal. It's so simple. Okay, well, that was solid with the Prismari deck. See, that was a 6-minute game, so around minute 51. Dope. All right, well, we still have 2 more matches that we want to try to win. So let's see what else Prismari can do. I don't know how I feel about Young Pyromancer. I mean, if it had been on the field, even though it wouldn't have gotten copies, it wouldn't have made 1/1 tokens from all of the copies of our spells. We did cast a lot of spells that turn still. We cast a Strike It Rich. We flashed back 2 Strike It Riches. That would have made 3 tokens. Then there was still the Consider that we cast, and then we're going to cast Opt. Young Pyromancer would have made 5 1/1s that turn. You know what? It's good. It's fine. We're going to start with the Swiftwater Cliffs and pass. Turn 2, we could set up the Fearsome Whelp, but we do not have a dragon in our hand. So I think instead we will probably just play our tap land on 2 and then Strike It Rich, make a treasure. We have the orb for next turn. Seems good. So yeah, Swiftwater Cliffs will come down. We make a treasure. And we pass. We have Creative Outburst in hand. 7 mana instant, deal 5 damage to any target. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Man, Creative Outburst would have been mega lethal once we had Prismari out. Like super, super lethal. Our opponent plays a Kami of Whispered Hopes, which is a little bit terrifying. Here I'm gonna set up the red orb and pass. This Kami of Whispered Hopes is really terrifying. You tap at X mana of any 1 color, where X is this creature's power. It says if one or more +1/+1 counters will be put on any permanent you control, that many plus one additional +1/+1 counter are put on that permanent instead. It's just a very good card. I normally see Kami of Whispered Hopes be played in shrines. We haven't seen anything come out of our opponent's deck so far. They could be a shrine deck. All we know for sure is that they're running at least 3 colors. Second Kami of Whispered Hopes, okay. Swings in for 1, we go down to 21. From here we have 5 mana. Let's consider Surveil 1, draw a card. Another Fearsome Whelp, we do not need that. We draw into another Orb. We're going to opt. Don't need the Strike It Rich. We'll draw a card. Another land. Don't need the land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Next turn, we can just hard cast Creative Outburst if we want. Unless my math is wrong. 4, 5, 6, no, 7. All right, we can cast Creative Outburst next turn. So we'll deal 5, look at top 5 cards of your library, put 1 into your hand, the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Hello, hello. What's cooking? Well, I suppose it's the title, but the only Elder Dragon I know is from League of Legends. Oh, yeah, dude. We're playing with all of the Elder Dragons. We're making a deck for each Elder Dragon that was released with Secrets of Strixhaven. We are already on our second dragon. We are running Prismari the Inspiration. 7 mana, 7/7 Elder Dragon with flying. It has ward, pay 5 life. Instant and sorcery spells you cast have Storm. It was absolutely disgusting in game 1. We got our Storm count up to like 7, so we're getting 7 free copies of spells. It's pretty good. Let's see. Our opponent has just played a Conclave Mentor. If 1 or more +1/+1 counters would be put on a creature you control, that many plus 1 additional +1/+1 counter are put on that creature instead. When this creature dies, you gain life equal to its power. And they played Mowu, Loyal Companion. 4 mana, 3/3 Vigilance Trample. If 1 or more +1/+1 counters would be put on Mowu, that many plus an additional +1/+1 are put on it instead. We're going to hard cast Creative Outburst here. We're going to deal 5 damage to Mowu. We're going to kill it. We get a look at the top 5 of our library. And from here, we can either put Atsushi in our hand or Prismari. It's got to be Prismari, though. 7 free copies of spells is a lot of copies. It was. We were still popping off when our opponent conceded the match. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, we managed to get the Storm count to be really high because we had 2 Strike It Riches in our graveyard, and I think I had 1 in hand. So just the Strike It Riches alone allowed us to cast 3 spells, get the Storm count up to 3 or 4. I can't remember if we played Prismari that turn too. Our opponent played Gird for Battle, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. We just took a ton of damage, and I think we're about to die. We can probably hold off for 1 turn, depending if they have another way to buff Mowu. We can play out 2 Fearsome Whelps as blockers here. Do I play a Strike It Rich? Prismari is going to get its costs reduced by 2. It'll go down to 5. We have 6, 7, 8, 9 mana for next turn. All we can do is play the 2 Fearsome Whelps, hope that these 2 blockers are enough to keep us alive, and then hope we draw into one of our larger spells. Big Score, Rapturous Moment, Elemental Masterpiece. If we draw into any of those, we should be able to cast it next turn. I think we just died because of Double Siege Rhino, though. We can block this. That is exactly 7 trample damage to come through. That sucks. Well, that's a bummer. That's okay. That's okay. We'll try again. Yeah, right now our goal with the decks, it's just to get 3 wins and then move on. We played 4 games with Silver Quill. We went 4-0, so I did play an additional game just because the first 3 games we played, they weren't that exciting. We didn't really get to like highlight everything that Silver Quill could do. Oh, opening hand, we get Prismari again. That is real nice. Our opponent has mulligan twice. Don't leave. Don't leave. Stay here. Stay here, opponent. Don't go nowhere. Don't quit on us. We got the Prismari in hand plus cost reduction. All right, our opponent stays. They go down to 5. Awesome. This should be hopefully be another good game. The turn 2 Fearsome Whelp is disgusting when we already have the Prismari in hand. Second Fearsome Whelp, also disgusting. All right, we go to our end step. Fearsome Whelp reduces the cost of all the dragons in our hand by 1 to include the second Fearsome Whelp. So that's pretty sick. Our opponent's going to play an Exploration. They can play an additional land on each of their turns. They play a Summon Fenrir. 3-2, search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Second part, when you next cast a creature spell its turn, that creature enters with additional +1/+1 counter on it. And then the third part of the saga, draw a card if you control the creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power. Okay, here, let's see. Definitely go with Fearsome Whelp. I will make a treasure. Do I hold to consider? Next turn, Prismari goes down to 4 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I consider? I'm going to say no. We'll just swing in for 2 damage. Set our opponent to 17. Prismari's cost is all the way down to 4. I think I might hold off 1 more turn before we play the Prismari. We take 3 damage from the Fenrir. We go down to 18. Creative Outburst. This is the kind of card that we want to copy. I'm going to cast this Strike It Rich. I'm going to make another treasure. Go to combat, swing 2, set our opponent to 15. Next turn, we can cast Prismari for 2 mana, 1, 2. We're not going to have enough for the Creative Outburst as well. Their Fenrir dies. They play out a second Fenrir. 4, 5, 6. I need 1 more mana. Opt. Okay, I'm gonna opt. We're gonna scry 1 draw card. Did I just play a land? I can't remember if I need my land for turn. Okay, we do need our land. Okay, I gotta do the math. 1, 2, 3, 4. I had 7 mana. Why is Creative Outburst so expensive? Okay, we just have to hope that our opponent does not have a removal spell as their final card in hand. We play the Prismari here. I'm going to consider. It has a storm count of 2 already. We can get rid of 1 mountain, draw a card. We draw into a dragon orb. Aw, man, and our opponent scooped. We still had 2 more considers to do. And then after we use these 2 considers, we'd still have 3 mana available. Oh well. By the way, don't know how much you remember about the entire deck talk we had yesterday, but I ordered the Guild Mage. Ooh, nice. And I'm low-key thinking about getting Archangel of Thune. Archangel of Thune is absolutely filthy nasty. I was able to buy, I think I bought 2 or maybe 4 copies of it when I was in Japan for well under 25 bucks. I got it for like $5 a copy or something a long time ago. But man, Archangel of Thune is so good. It can solo. It can solo. That's it. You have that on the board. You're winning that game. You are. Opponents do not like to watch a dragon copy to heaven, I suppose. They do not. Our opponents are not big fans of watching us cast every single spell with Storm, which is understandable. Here we are going to pay 2, discard an Elemental Masterpiece, and create a treasure token. Next turn, we might not have a play. That's okay. Turn 4, we probably just go at Sushi. If I get lifelink on Y'shtola, that's +4/+4 every trigger, and our opponent scoops. Okay, well, I believe that is the 3 wins that we needed. Oh, we lost the game. We're 3-1. That is the 3 wins we needed, though. So, moving on to the next one. We already got one really good game. It was the game that we played right before you joined. But that's good. Good enough for the video that I'm making. On to the next Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon number 3. My caps locks is on. I want to make sure I don't mess up my order. Up next is Witherbloom. But yeah, Archangel of Thune, super good. Super good, definitely worth the money. It will always be good for forever. Next up, yeah, we have Witherbloom the Balancer. 8 mana, 5/5 Elder Dragon. Affinity for creatures, love it. So we're definitely making a token deck. 5/5 Flying Death Touch, instant and sorcery spells you cast have affinity for creatures. That's dope. I thought Arena was a bit nicer about scooping, but I guess it's not that uncommon on any online sim. Well, we're playing casuals. So, you know, there's no incentive to not concede a match. But I think our opponent, they probably just got mana screwed or mana flooded. Something like that. Witherbloom, considering that this is another 8-drop legendary creature, I think 2 copies is fine. I think we've only run 2 copies of each dragon so far. Yeah, I think 2 is more than enough. The only one that I think I would go up to a 3rd copy would be Silverquill, since it's a 4-drop. We'll get in. Is Insidious Roots still in standard? I don't believe it is, but you know where it is legal. Historic. Creature tokens you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Whenever 1 or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create a 0/1 green plant creature token, then put a +1/+1 counter on each plant you control. So spam annoying buggers of Flying Death Touch that poke your opponents to death and make all your stuff cheaper, I suppose. So I think they planned for Witherbloom to work alongside all of the pest generating token cards. Insidious Roots, absolutely disgusting. We definitely could go within Insidious Roots deck. It's either that or it's pest tokens. Like, well, honestly, like a bunch of these cards. Create a 1/1 pest. Each opponent discards a card. You create a 1/1 pest. Tend the pest. You can sack a creature. Create X 1/1 black and green pest creature tokens. We could run 2 copies of Sedgemoor Witch, which is a really good card. Pest Summoning. Oh, is that it? That's pretty much it. Yeah. What do you guys think? Insidious Roots or Pests? I haven't done an Insidious Roots deck in a very, very long time. I'm trying to think about what cards I run in that deck. There's a few cards that if they die, you can exile them out of the graveyard. Or if we can get them into the graveyard, we can pay a few mana and then exile them from the graveyard. I think that's the best way. You don't even need to return creatures, just create pests and use the pests to play Witherbloom. Oh, we can, but I was talking about Insidious Roots. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Roots or pests? Roots or pests? I'm fine either way. Pests would definitely be easier and faster. Roots has been a while, but would be cool to see either. That's 1 vote for Roots. What about you, Blackbird? Are you voting pests? Pests would definitely be faster and easier for me to build. Insidious Roots is a little more synergy heavy. For the pests, I can just play cards that say pest. For Roots, I got to think about ways to get the creatures out of our graveyard. And there are plenty of ways to do it. There's cards like any cards that say collect evidence could work. We would probably run self-mill with Insidious Roots. We'd run like, what's the 1-drop? All right, you say try pest. Yeah, we would run like, where is she? Like Stitcher Supplier. When this enters or dies, mill 3 cards. We would have gone a self-mill route and then run cards that allow themselves to be exiled out of the graveyard. But let's do pest. Pest will be easy. Okay, so we still have 2 more rares that we can run in the deck. We could run Callous Blood Mage, 3 mana, 2/1. When it enters, we get to create a pest. Or better yet, Sedgemoor Witch. 3 mana, 3/2 human warlock, menace, ward, pay 3 life, magecraft. When you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, create a 1/1 black and green pest creature token with, when this token dies, you gain 1 life. It is 100% Sedgemoor Witch. It's Sedgemoor Witch. She's too good. She has the instant sorcery synergy that we're getting from Witherbloom too. Instant sorcery spells you cast have affinity for creatures. As we're casting spells, we're making tokens. As we're making more tokens, it's reducing the cost of our instant sorcery spells. It just works hand in hand. Sedgemoor Witch, great card. Phenomenal. Now, Sedgemoor Witch does work with copies of spells. That is something that is very important. Because of that, we want to run the card Plumb the Forbidden. Is absolutely filthy nasty with Sedgemoor Witch. Plumb the Forbidden, 2 mana instant, as an additional cost to cast a spell. Sacrifice 1 or more creatures. When you do, copy the spell for each creature sacrificed this way, and the card says you draw a card and lose 1 life. So if we have 3 pests on the board, we can sacrifice all 3 pests into Plumb the Forbidden, get 3 copies of Plumb the Forbidden, and as we cast those copies, Sedgemoor Witch will replace the creatures that we sacrificed. So we are for sure running a full playset of this. After that, I think I want to run Pest Mascot. I think this will be a good 3-drop. Maybe. Oh, maybe Essence Knit Scholar would be better as a 3-drop, actually. 3 mana, 3/1 Dryad Warlock. When it enters, create a 1/1 black and green pest creature token with, whenever this token attacks, you gain 1 life. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under your control this turn, draw a card. Oh, you know what? Pest Mascot says whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. We can go a playset of Essence Knit Scholar. Maybe I don't want the Pest Mascot, actually. This creature gets bigger, but we're trying to go wide. I think 2 copies of Pest Summoning would just be better. 3 mana, Sorcery Lesson, create 2 pests. Lewin, Exchange Student, 4 mana, 3/4 Elf Druid, enters prepared. Exile a creature card from your graveyard. Lewin becomes prepared. Activate only as a sorcery. And it has the spell Pest Friend. For 1 mana, a black or a green, you get a sorcery that says create a 1/1 pest. This is a legendary, but that, I think 2 copies of that as a 4-drop will be pretty good. Let's see, Teacher's Pest, 2 mana, 1/1, Skeleton Pest, Menace. Whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life. You can pay 2 mana, return this card from your battlefield. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I'm down for this. We'll run 2 copies of Teacher's Pest as well. Is Dina Soul Steeper and Angle? This card I remember from yesterday that synergized well with pest tokens. Dina is an insane card. It's true. 2 mana, 1/3. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life, and all of our pests gain us life either when they attack or when they die. We can pay 1, sack another creature. Dina gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is sacrifice creature's power. So Dina also has a built-in sack outlet, so we could just sack our pests to Dina. I'll throw in 2 copies of Dina. Okay, let's see. So we need instant and sorcery spells now. We have Plumb the Forbidden for draw, and we have Pest Summoning. But we want something big to cast for cheap with Witherbloom, because Witherbloom is reducing the cost of our instant sorcery spells by each creature that we have. So we want some kind of big bomb. Big bomb, instant or sorcery to get cost reduction. See if there are any good targets. There's at least 1 good target that I can think of, but I think it's a rare. It's none of these. I was thinking of Casualties of War. Casualties of War would be a good card to have cost reduction on. 6 mana, choose 1 or more. You get to destroy an artifact, creature, enchantment, land, and or planeswalker. That's a lot. Let's see. If not that, we could run more expensive removal like Death Sprout. 4 mana instant. It's not normally removal that I would run because it's so expensive, but could. Culling Ritual, 4 mana sorcery, destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less. Add a black or a green for each permanent destroyed this way. That's kind of interesting. That would wipe our board. It would wipe all of our pests. But then we get a ton of floating mana back. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that Golgari has a good enough big bomb. Maybe, I mean, I clicked on cards that are both black and green. There might be something that's monocolored. I'll look at the 5, 6, 7 drops and see if there's anything good that we'd want to play. And common, uncommon. Graveyard Shift. There's recursion spells for sure. Removal. Illicit Shipment. This is a tutor. Let's see. Return target creature card from your graveyard. That's removal. This is recursion. Screw it. Let me look at 6+. Corrupt. Deals damage to any target equal to the number of swamps you control. You gain life equal to the damage dealt this way. That's much better in mono black. Don't know the rarity, but I play Rush of Dread, and it's a fun bomb, especially if it's cheap. Let me see. It is a rare. It does bring up a good point, though. Looking at heavy spells would not show me a card like Rush of Dread because its original CMC is 3, but it has Spree, so you can pay more mana into it. Which means I don't even think that when I look at spells right now, I don't think it would show me X cost spells. But that might be an idea. We could try to find an X cost spell. Let's see. We could run Overwhelm. We could run something to buff all of our pests. So if we had 5 pests out on the field, this would only cost double green. 2 green. Creatures you control get +3/+3 until end of turn. We make all of our pests into 4/4s and then swing. I really like spells with X cost or Spree. I think Overwhelm would be funny. No one would expect to get beaten down by all the pests. But yeah, I might need to look up X cost spells. Let's see, because I'm not really seeing anything else. It's like standing out to me. None of these cards seem worth the cost reduction. I was thinking buffs too, so Overwhelm or the +3/+3 card with Trample that you played with the tree tokens. That's true. We could just run like I can't remember if it's Overrun or Overcome, but we could run one of those. We could run Wolf's Quarry. 6 mana sorcery, create 3 1/1 green board creature tokens with when this token dies, create a food token. But since that card is actual garbage, probably not. We could run Hunting Pack. 7 mana instant, create a 4/4 green beast creature token. This has Storm. We have a lot of low drop spells. Let's say our Storm count is at 3 and we have 5 creatures on the board. Like, you know, one of the better case scenarios, we spend 2 green mana and then we get 3 4/4 green beast creature tokens. It's like super mid, right? It's like whatever, who cares? All right, no. Yeah, fuck these. Let's go with Overcome or Overrun, whichever one gives Trample. Overcome is 5 mana +2/+2 gains Trample. Overrun, I think, is the +3. Overrun +3/+3 gain Trample. However, Overrun requires 3 green. Is there some bomb that gets good advantage the more creatures you sacrifice? I don't know if it'd be any good, but I like the idea of my opponent dying because the entire board of pests exploded in their face. I can look up sacrifice any number. Sacrifice any number. Okay, there's no options in black or green except for Corpse Cobble that has those exact words. I mean, let's see. There's not a great way for me to look up X cost spells. We're gonna go to Scryfall. Advanced search. Mana cost. We can add an X, a green, arena, historic, common, uncommon. I could change it. Yeah. Okay, so this is green cards with an X cost. Wild hypothesis. We can make a fractal. Luxurious libation. Target creature gets +X/+X until end of turn. Deal X damage to each creature with flying. Wildwood Scourge. That's a creature though. Oh yeah, we need it to be instant sorceries. These kind of suck. Can I add more to this? If I add another green. And then there's one card that has an X cost and double green. So it's not great. Let's go black. Deathwind. Target creature gets -X/-X until end of turn. Killing Glare. Destroy target creature with power X or less. -X/-X. No. No, these kind of suck too. I don't think in common or uncommon. Exsanguinate. What? Exsanguinate. We were talking about this card all yesterday. That's the move. That's it. X. Double black. Uncommon sorcery. Each opponent loses X life. You gain life equal to the life lost this way. If we have like 6 pests on the board, then that's 6 free mana paid into the X cost. Double black, our opponent loses 6, we gain 6. Done. Exsanguinate. There's our win con. Exsanguinate, my beloved. Yeah. And because it's an X cost, we can just cast this mid game if we need to stay alive. We can cast this at any point and it's good, even if we don't have a ton of pests out. Okay, so let's see. What else makes creature tokens? We have like no 1-drops. So we need low CMC spells that make us tokens. Nested Shambler, when it dies, it replaces itself with a squirrel token. That's good. It's a great 1-drop. Let's see. What about in green? We got anything in green? I shouldn't put tokens. I should just put token. Let's see. So Nested Shambler is really good. Does green have a 1-drop? Chatter of the Squirrel. 1 green, create a squirrel. Can flash this back for 2 mana, make another squirrel. This Thallid, 1 mana, 1/1 fungus. When it dies, create a 1/1 sapling. Like either of those are fine. Don't want the squirrel. I say yes. Let's go Chatter of the Squirrel. We have 2 cards left. Four copies of Exsanguinate might be a little bit too much. I'm going to cut down 1 copy of Exsanguinate, and we're going to go with 3 copies of a good removal spell. I think Infernal Grasp is the move. Infernal Grasp, we get to destroy any creature. We lose 2 life, but we should be gaining life from just from our stuff. Actually, I might want a 4th copy of Infernal Grasp. I'll cut out 1 Nested Shambler, go up a 4th copy of Infernal Grasp. Why are you trying to make me craft one? I definitely own a full playset of Infernal Grasp. Okay, so we have 7 1-drops, 3 Nested Shambler, 4 Chatter of the Squirrel, 4 Infernal Grasp, 4 copies of Plum the Forbidden, 2 Dina Soul Steeper, 4 Teacher's Pets, 4 Teacher's Pest, 2 Sedgemoor Witch, 4 Essence Knit Scholar, 2 copies of Pest Summoning, 2 copies of Luwin, Exchange Student, and then we got our 2 Wither Blooms. For our mana base, See what our ratio is like. 50% of our deck is green, 89% is black. How important is our 1-drop? Our curve doesn't super matter with this deck, I don't think. Just full playset of Jungle Hollow. 11 swamps, 9 forests. I think it should be good. I like it. Seems straightforward. Make pests, get advantage. Boom, exsanguinate bomb. Exactly. Witherbloom avatar. We're going to change this to Dina. Companions. Black Dragon. Still loading. There we go. Got our Witherbloom sleeves. And we should be good. See, this was the white dragon. That's the red one. This is the black. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to take a leak real quick. And then we will get into these games. All right, let's get to it. Let's see what Witherbloom can do. Man, this has been going very well so far. It's exciting. I've been wanting to make one of these cycle videos for a long time. Like probably a year or two back, I wanted to try this out. Like, I know for sure I wanted to do this with the original versions of all of the Strixhaven dragons. And then there's been, you know, a couple cycles of cards that have been released over the past few sets. But I don't know. I just never made the video. Okay, opening hand looks solid. Our opponent, if they are running mono green elves, may just run us over. We have a full playset of Infernal Grasp. Oh no, it's another Kami of Whispered Hopes deck. That is interesting. Let's see, turn 2, we could make another token, or we could set up Teacher's Pest. I think I'll just cast the Teacher's Pest. I think that's fine. I'll swing the 1/1 at the Kami of Whispered Hopes because they are definitely not going to block with it. And if they did, that'd be amazing for us. But they don't block. They take the 1, they go to 19. Time for a full win streak where you get to pop off every game and the opponent doesn't concede. Our opponent just played Mossborn Hydra. If we don't top deck Infernal Grasp, we lose. Even if I cast Plumb the Forbidden to try and dig a little deeper, we won't have enough mana to cast an Infernal Grasp. Call it a warm-up game. That's exactly what it is. It's just a warm-up. It's fine. Okay, well, let's play out the Essence Knit Scholar. We make a pest. We'll say no attacks, and we hope that we don't die immediately. But they have 5 mana available. 5 mana is a lot of mana to be able to ramp with. There goes their land for turn. Mossborn's at 12/12. Not dead yet. Is this only our end step? At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under your control this turn, draw a card. That is only our end step. When this token attacks, you gain 1 life. I think we just eat the 12. We go down to 8. We find the Infernal Grasp. That's actually huge. We kill the Mossborn Hydra. We take 2, we go down to 6. We play Chatter of the Squirrel. When this attacks and when this pest attacks, we gain 1 life. Whew, excuse me. We gain 1 life. So that brings us back up to 8. They're not going to block with any of their mana dorks. So they'll probably just take the 2, go down to 17. And we end. We can win. It's not over till it's over. Or some other inspirational anime quote. The power of friendship, man. Ooh, fuck. Oh, what was that? The Crystals Chosen. Create 4 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens, then put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Because of the double Kami of Whispered Hopes, these got 2 additional counters. So he just made a fuck ton of 4/4s. His whole board just became 4/4s. Okay, I don't think the power of friendship is going to be enough here. Oh, yeah, this card is going to be really good with the release of Marvel, because there are a lot of Marvel cards that synergize with heroes specifically. What would I even hope to grab here? If we plumb the Forbidden, Exsanguinate, maybe. And fuck it. We plumb the Forbidden. Let's sack these 2 squirrels. We'll make 2 copies of Plumb the Forbidden. We draw a card, lose a life. Draw a card, lose a life. Draw a card, lose a life. Triple Swamp off the top. That is exactly what we were hoping for. Okay, we'll swing out. We'll gain 2 life. We go up to 7 and we die. That is not the most amazing game 1. Okay, okay. He's still not done. Oh, there we go. We say no blocks. One could say that hand got you swamped. I don't really know what swamped means. I would say yes. Well, swamped normally means more like makes you tired. Like you feel tired. I feel swamped. Yeah, like I feel tired. Okay, good warm-up game. Good warm-up game. Everyone knows the first one's just a warm-up game. Like if you play Super Smash Bros with your friend or something, and then, you know, they whoop your ass game 1. It was just a warm-up game. You go bowling, you do terribly on the first game. Just a warm-up. It's fine. This opening hand looks great. We have one of our Exsanguinates in hand, and we have Sedgemoor Witch, which I'm very excited to see. Oh my god, our curve just gets better. We have Dina on turn 2 as well. Beautiful. Turn 1, start with the forest. We go Chatter of the Squirrel. Turn 2. I actually think we go Teacher's Pest. Dina benefits from us gaining life. Teacher's Pest, when it attacks, allows us to gain life. It's like a car. You got to warm the engine. Exactly. Exactly. Our opponent is ramping a whole lot. They're ramping still. It's turn 3 and they're about to have 7 mana available. 7 is kind of a lot. It's like a little bit excessive. It's turn 3. Relax. I guess we just play Sedgemoor Witch. Can swing Teacher's Pest and our Squirrel. We gain a life. We go up to 21. Opponent takes the 2 damage. They go down to 18. And now we shit a brick. See what he's doing with all this mana. 8 mana. Turn 3. Annoyed Altasaur. 7 mana, 6/5, reach trample with Cascade. It cascades into a Chimmel or Kimmel. However you say it, the Inner Sun. Spells you control can't be countered. At the beginning of your end step, discover 5. The Discover from Kimmel. Found Hunter's Talent. When this enters, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. So he had his Altasaur kill off our Sedgemoor Witch. We draw into another Sedgemoor Witch. So I will play that. Honestly, things could have been worse still. Things could have been worse. We'll swing in for 1 with Menace. Our opponent goes down to 14. We gain a life. We go up to 23. We just need him to low roll with this next Discover 5. Second Annoyed Altasaur. That's not great. He only hits a 3-drop. When this enters, attach it to target creature you control. When you do, equip creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. He keeps killing our witches. Our opponent goes down to 11. He swings 8 damage at us. We say no blocks. We'll go down to 15. He's going to Discover 5 here. He gets Sylvan Scavenging. Okay. So... we play out Dina. I'll play out Teacher's Pest. We go to combat. We swing our original Teacher's Pest. We'll gain a life. And then our opponent will lose a life. They go down to 10. They will double block the Teacher's Pest. It will die. That's fine. We're up to 16. Are we dead on board? You can give +1/+0 during combat to something. That's 14 trample damage there. He's casting more Cascade stuff. Sword of Vengeance, okay. 14. We're not dead on board yet. That's 15 trample damage. Oh my god, another fight spell? That's so rude. We're like so close. 14. Say no blocks. We take all the damage. We go down to 2. He gets to make a 3/3 raccoon. He discovers into Vantasaur. I was hoping for more land. We can exsanguinate for X equals 3. 3 whole damage. Yeah, we're dead. We exsanguinate for 3. Swing in Teacher's Pest. We go up to 6. And we get to pretend it was a close game. We die at 6. He was at 7. Okay. All right. That wasn't great either. We might need more early game removal. I'll be honest. I don't want the Dina. We can probably drop down to 2 copies of Exsanguinate. And from here, I can fit in like 3 copies of Cut Down. Let's see, 89% of our deck has black, 50% has green. Colors wise, was our deck okay? Yeah, okay, let's give this a shot. Dina, you may be remembered. Probably not missed. Nah, probably not missed. Okay, version number 2 of the deck. See how it goes. Honestly, we lucked out on the first 2 decks that we built. I don't think we had to make any changes. I think it was just one version each. I think we just like nailed it the first time around. Silver Quill, one version, yep. And Prismari, also one. All right, come on, Witherbloom. Get your shit together. Also, we haven't seen Witherbloom yet. So it would be nice to see our Elder Dragon in our Elder Dragon deck. Let's go Chatter of the Squirrel. Nested Shambler. Our opponent's holding full control. Still holding priority. Still hold, and we pass. Yeah, the card I was looking at was Springleaf Parade. Close to greatness, but it's a rare enchantment, so it doesn't fit. That's okay. Our opponent plays Solar Transformer, which is a cool card. 2-mana artifact. It enters tapped. When it enters, you get 3 energy counters. You can tap, pay an energy counter, add 1 mana of any color. I love energy counters. I think they are super cool. Here we get down Sedgemoor Witch. We go to combat, we swing 2. Set our opponent to 18. Next turn, we can play Lewin, or we can get a ton of value off of our Sedgemoor Witch. We could flashback Chatter of the Squirrel, get a 3rd creature. Oh, just kidding, our witch died. He got exiled. Okay, so anyway, like I was saying, we're gonna play Lewin on 4. Let go of your full control. What is your problem? We swing in for 2. Our opponent's still holding priority. We deal 2. Why are you playing like this? You are tapped out. Our opponent plays a Glissa Sunslayer. That's a little bit too big for us to kill, which isn't great. Let's see. Lewin says, Pest Friend, create a 1/1 black and green pest creature token with whenever this token attacks, you gain 1 life. How do you get prepared? Exile a creature card from your graveyard. Lewin becomes prepared. Okay. Is this in our graveyard? Let's go to combat. Swing the Nested Shambler. Our opponent was scared. They take the damage. They go down to 12. I want to Plumb the Forbidden, sack Nested Shambler, and a Squirrel token. We'll get 2 copies of Plumb the Forbidden. Nested Shambler will replace itself when it dies. We draw 3, we lose 3. That's fine. We find a land to play for turn, which is good. I'm going to play out this Chatter of the Squirrel. We're going to activate Lewin. We're going to make a pest. Our opponent casts Surgical Extraction. Oh, this is why they had priority. Okay, he gets to search our everything and exile every copy of Plumb the Forbidden. This card and effects like this are incredibly fucking stupid. You should not be able to search my hand, library, and graveyard for, yeah, just all at the same time for 0 mana, for 2 life, or for 1 black. You just got to search my everything. So now you know everything I have in my deck, and now you know everything I have in my hand for 1 mana. It's absolutely disgusting. And you get to exile potentially up to 4 copies of spells. So now we have no more copies of Plumb the Forbidden. Super stupid. Anyway, we're going to activate Lewin. We're going to exile. We exiled the Nested Shambler from our graveyard. Lewin became prepared again. We get to make another pest. And then we end the turn. Oof. Our opponent plays Frenzied Baloth. If we could just top deck a Witherbloom, that would be great. These are 2 mana 3/2s with Trample and Haste. Creature spells you control can't be countered. Combat damage can't be countered. I'll say no blocks. We'll take the 9. Our opponent goes down to 11. We're at 9. We can deal 3 additional damage. Swing here. We gain 2 life. We go up to 11. How much are we doing? Our opponent's down to 4. We're 1 mana short of killing with Exsanguinate. 1 mana short. So we can still set up more blockers. I can cut down one of the Frenzied Baloths. And we'll play Essence Knit Scholar. Okay, next turn we should just be able to win. That is very silly since information is such a big factor in any TCG. It is. It is absolutely insane. For 1 mana, that's crazy. That should be like a 4 mana effect. Our opponent plays Maelstrom Pulse, which is a very good counter to our pests. Destroy target non-land permanent and all other permanents with the same name as that permanent. They swing their Glissa at us. We say no blocks. We go down to 8. Do they draw a card and lose 1 life? They do. They go down to 3. And now Exsanguinate is just lethal over the top. Cool. Okay, we got a victory. Still haven't seen Witherbloom. We're now 3 games deep. We need the dragon for our dragon video. We need it. Well, we take it, but yes, the dragon is missing from the theoretical dragon deck. Exactly. Show me a dragon. Dragon these nuts, and there's still no dragon in our opening hand. All right, turn 1, Jungle Hollow. Man, we've been drawing like a bunch of additional cards too with Plum the Forbidden. Like last turn, or last game, we drew 3 additional cards with Plum the Forbidden. Still couldn't find a dragon. We'll play Teacher's Pest here. Next turn, we could play Chatter of the Squirrel, flash it back as well. So for 3 mana, we'll make 2 squirrels. Seems pretty good. Our opponent plays Goblin Electromancer. It's kind of a good target to kill, actually. So we're going to play our tapped land. We're going to cut down the Goblin Electromancer because that reduces the cost of instant and sorcery spells. We play Chatter of the Squirrel, swinging for 1. We gain a life. We go up to 23, setting our opponent to 19. This is a good turn for us. It was a very good turn for us. Our opponent destroys one of our lands. We're playing against fucking land destruction. Are you serious? Who does that? We're going to flash back this Chatter of the Squirrel. We'll swing in for 2 hold damage, set our opponent to 17, and we gain a life. What is this garbage? You miss a land drop? That's what you fucking deserve. You are a monster. You are a terrible person. We're going to go to combat. We're going to swing in for 3. Set our opponent to 14. We're up to 25. I'm going to Plum the Forbidden. I'm going to sacrifice 2 squirrels. I'm going to do it. I'm going to sacrifice 2 squirrels. We'll get 2 copies of Plum the Forbidden. And we lose 2 life. We lose 3 life. Find an Exsanguinate. We'll play out Teacher's Pest. That's crazy. I want to play 8 instants on your turn if the game lets me, but I don't touch your lands at least. Yeah, that's good. I have built 1 land destruction deck. I built it a very long time ago. And I think I did it for a video. I think it was when Stone Rain got added to the game. But it was so nasty. It was so rude that I haven't played it since. And we're running out of black mana. We can't even cast Exsanguinate now. We'll play out Sedgemoor Witch, go to combat, swing 4, or swing 2, and then we gain another 2. This is going to be the game where we find Witherbloom, but we're not going to be able to cast it because he's going to destroy all of our swamps. Look at this fucking asshole. Oh, we top deck a green card. Thank God. Chatter of the Squirrel. Nice. When we cast that, Sedgemoor Witch makes a pest. When we flash this back, Sedgemoor Witch will make another pest. Go to combat, we swing in for 5 damage. We gain 2 more life, we go up to 26. So our opponent down to 7. If he has a board wipe here, I'm gonna be pissed. Goblin Electromancer, don't have it. Don't wipe the board. Don't wipe the board. Destroy a land, that's fine. Go ahead, destroy another one. It's been so successful for you so far. Wow. Incredible. We swing out. He doesn't block this Sedgemoor Witch for some reason. And just dies. They have no sympathy from me. Fuck you. You're a bad person. I've lost to a land once, which was like half a year ago. So I don't remember exactly what it was. Something to do with Baldur's Gate, I think. Oh, you probably lost to Maze's End. Maze's End is a really cool card. And it's definitely one of the cards I want to play. I want to eventually make a deck for every alternate win con. But Maze's End is pay 3 mana, tap, return this land to its owner's hand, search your library for a gate card, and that's where all of the gates came from, Baldur's Gate. That's where a lot of them came from. Put it onto the battlefield and shuffle. If you control 10 or more gates with different names, you win the game. Yeah, it's a cool card. Gates is semi-popular on, or in Historic. I used to see it a lot, not as much recently, but used to see it a lot. Yeah, they run cards like Gates Ablaze, Gatebreaker Ram. It's a cool deck. But yeah, eventually I will make a video for each alternate win condition deck that exists in the game. Every card that says you win the game, I will have a video for it. Eventually. Bro, where is Witherbloom? I might need to cut out a copy of Sedgemoor Witch just to add in another copy of Witherbloom so we can find this fucker. When it starts with a Radiant Fountain. Interesting. They could be a colorless deck. They could be a life gain deck. There's a swamp. Play out a Teacher's Pest. They had a bunch of lands with enchantment or something that gave every land every name or something. I don't know. It was a fun thing to lose to for sure. That's interesting. Gave every land every name. I don't know about that one. That sounds cool. All right. He made us sacrifice our Teacher's Pest with Replicating Terror. 2 mana instant. Each opponent sacks a non-token creature of their choice. For each creature sacrificed this way, conjure a duplicate into your graveyard. Weird. And that actually has synergy with Teacher's Pest if he has green mana to cast it. All right, he plays Engine Rat, 1 mana, 1/1 Death Touch. That is fine. We will play Essence Knit Scholar. On ETB, we get a Pest. And we are chilling. Mayhaps your charisma stat isn't high enough to charm the dragon. You're fucking, apparently not. Fucking asshole doesn't want to come out to play. We won 2 games without him anyway, though. Like, fuck you. Fuck you, Witherbloom. The balancer, my ass. All right, our opponent's swinging their Engine Rat at us. Very slowly they're swinging it at us. They take it back. And they pass the turn. Okay. From here, we will just play out a second Essence Knit Scholar. We'll swing our 1/1 Pest. We gain a life. We see if he wants to trade with his rat. Probably not, though. He takes the 1. He goes down to 21. They play another Radiant Fountain. They gain 2 more life. and then they just pass. I don't know what our opponent's doing, but it's a whole lot of nothing so far. We're going to play Sedgemoor Witch. I am going to Infernal Grasp this Engine Rat. I am going to kill it. Sedgemoor Witch will make a pest. We take 2 damage. We go to combat. We gain 2 life on the attack, and we get to deal 8, set our opponent down to 15. Maybe they have a board wipe. Like, you got 5 cards in hand. You got to have something that you can do. Unless this dude has super flooded out. There's land number 6. Turgid, God of Fright. That is one hell of a card. Okay. What can we do here? We can Exsanguinate for 4. Is that enough for anything? I don't think so. I think we just go Essence Knit Scholar. Return Teacher's Pest from the graveyard. Go to combat, swing out, not with the Sedgemoor Witch, but we swing out. We gain 2 life on the attack. They will block in Essence Knit Scholar, so we'll connect for 6 damage. We'll set them down to 9. We get to draw 2 cards thanks to our Scholars. See, next turn we have 5 mana that we can pump into Exsanguinate. Now just top deck the dragon for the video. Exactly. They play Demon of Loathing, 7 mana, 7/7 flying trample. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player sacrifices a creature of their choice. Show me the dragon. Witherbloom off the top. And then this Exsanguinate goes crazy. We'd be able to Exsanguinate for like 10. Fuck. Just any creature. We have lethal on board. We're not going to kill. We're going to cast Chatter of the Squirrel. We're going to flashback Chatter of the Squirrel. We're going to make 2 more pests. I will go to combat. I will swing 4 pests. Plus the teach. I'll swing all of our pest tokens. We'll gain some more life. When they block these pests, they will die. We will get additional draws from the Essence Knit Scholars. We'll get 2 more draws from our Scholars. Don't block the one with Menace, you Dingleberry. It has Menace. Block the other pests. They're probably paranoid because we have 4 mana up and 2 cards in hand. Don't block the pest that I can recur from the graveyard. Just block a 1/1 and block another 1/1. I am suffering from success. Our steak is too juicy. Our lobster is too buttery. All right, we go to damage. We connect for 3. We set our opponent down to 6. We gain a life. We go to our end step. We draw 2 additional cards from our Essence Knit Scholars. Pest summoning. Witherbloom. There's the Witherbloom. Oh my god. Okay, our opponent plays Smallpox. Each player loses 1 life, discards a card, sacrifices a creature of their choice, and sacrifices a land of their choice. That's fine. Opponent goes down to 5. He's in the deck. That's crazy. I know he's actually in the deck. We discard a cut down. We will sacrifice a squirrel. Normally, when you sacrifice something, Turgid takes it. But because we sacrifice a token, this token ceases to exist. So he doesn't get it for free from Turgid. Don't scoop. For the love of God, don't scoop. Take my swamp. That's fine. Take my swamp. Don't scoop. Please. Please. Just let me play. Let me play dragon. How much mana do we need? 1, 2. Double black. 1, 2. 1, 2. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think we can Exsanguinate for 11 after we cast the Witherbloom. Let me do it. Let me do it. Let me do it. Let me cast it. Let me cast. 12. Witherbloom goes down. Exsanguinate for 12. Auto pay. It could have been more. But we got there. We did it. could have been more mana. We could have exsanguinated for 13. But oh my god, we finally got our combo. We got the Wither Bloom into the Exsanguinates combo. 2 mana Wither Bloom, by the way. 2 mana, 5/5 flying Death Touch. And then Exsanguinates for 12, even though we only had 7 lands. Should have been 13. But thank God, we're done. The deck did the thing. That was our 3rd win as well. That was game number 5. That was our 3rd win. Since we added more removal to the deck, we went 3-0. Version number 2 of the deck, it performed beautifully. Yeah. We took our 2 losses here, went 0-2, added more removal, added the 3 cut downs. Bam, 3-0, 100%. Dub after dub after dub. And on our 3rd win, finally got to see our dragon. Feels phenomenal. Feels great. All right, I will add this to my notes. We beat. Dude, I'm so glad he stuck around. If he had conceded before we got to play, if he had like ended his turn and then immediately conceded, I would have been so sad. I would have been so sad. That would have added so much more time to our stream for sure. Let's see, win versus him around the 2-hour mark. A scoop would have been devastating. A board wipe also would have felt very bad. All right, on to Elder Dragon number 4. Lorehold. This is the one that everyone was the most excited about seeing. Lorehold, the Historian. 5 mana, 5/5 Elder Dragon, Flying Haste. Each instant and sorcery card in your hand has Miracle 2. Miracle says you may reveal a card with Miracle as it's drawn. If it's the first card you drew this turn. When you do, you may cast it for its Miracle cost. So, massive cost reduction for whatever you first draw that turn. We'll probably want to run a lot of scry effects if we can. White has some access to scry, so that'll be good. And then Lorehold also says, at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So cool, seems good. All right, 2 copies of Lorehold going in. What is a big bomb that we would want to cast for 2 mana? My arena is broken. We're gonna close arena. We're gonna restart it. And I'm gonna eat a chip. I had Subway for lunch. I ate half of my tuna sub with 1 bag of chips. I was gonna save this bag of chips for when I eat the other half, but I'm gonna break into it just a little bit. Okay, so resume editing. I'm dying from the chip. Resume editing. So the real question is, what big bomb can we tutor to the top of our deck? That's the real question. Something like Moon-Blessed Cleric is an interesting direction to go. Moon-Blessed Cleric is a 3-mana 3/2 human elf cleric. When it enters, you may search your library for an enchantment card, reveal it, then shuffle, and put that card on top. So this tutors something to the top of your deck. Now, is there a massive enchantment bomb that we would want to drop? Let's take a look. Let's not take a look. The game does not want to. Look at this. I'll hide my face. It doesn't want to work. God damn it. Okay, Lorehold. Nope. Lorehold. The Historian, you come in. Moon-Blessed Cleric, you go in. Enchantment. Mythic Rare. Bro, the search is the filter function is not working. Reset. Okay, we're gonna do this another way. So, Scryfall. Advanced search. We will go enchantment. In white, no. We'll go commander colors, color identity, white and red. On arena. Historic legal. Mana value, let's go greater than 5. Rare, mythic rare. Search with these options. Should be it. Okay, so these are the large enchantment bombs that we could try to cheat out. Celestial Mantle. Enchanted creature gets +3/+3 whenever enchanted creature deals combat damage to a player. Double its controller's life total. That's just funny. That's hilarious. We could slap that onto Lorehold, who is a flyer. So that'll make it harder to block. And then whenever it deals combat damage, we just get to double our life. Access of Mortality. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may have 2 target players exchange life totals. City on Fire. If a source you control will deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals triple that damage instead. Fall of the Thran is hilarious. Destroy all lands. That just we can just destroy all lands. And I'm willing to bet there's a way that we could give our lands indestructible before we cast this. Draco Genesis. You may cast dragon spells without paying their mana costs. Fiery Emancipation. If a source you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals triple instead. Let's see. Yes, I love effects that take away everything that my opponent owns. Yes, yes. Oh, this probably has to be our answer. All right, there's 2 really good answers here, actually. Overwhelming Splendor, which is hilarious. 8 mana Aura Curse, enchant player. Creatures enchanted player control lose all abilities and have base power and toughness 1/1. Enchanted player can't activate abilities that aren't mana abilities or loyalty abilities. So we make their board completely useless forever. They just have a bunch of 1/1s that do nothing. Or Summon Behemoth, 9 mana, 9/9, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. We get to do that twice. Those are the first 2 parts of the saga. Then we draw 2 cards. And in the 4th part, this creature deals damage equals to the total mana value of other permanents you control to each opponent. This guy, I think, makes the most sense. Overwhelming Splendor, I think, is funny. As a stun fan, Overwhelming Splendor sounds fun. It's pretty fucking funny. We could technically run one of each, because since we're using Moon-Blessed Cleric to tutor the card, we don't really need to run multiple copies for consistency. We could run one of each and then just keep 2 copies of Lorehold. However, I like the idea of running 3 Loreholds and then 1 copy of our big bomb. Yeah, you're feeling the saga? I think I'm feeling the saga. All right, that's the move. Behemoth. Behemoth. We'll go with that. I think I do want the 3rd copy of Lorehold. And then the 4 copies of Moon Blessed Cleric essentially are 4 more copies of Behemoth. And there's a way that we can recur this from the graveyard too, I'm sure. Like, let's see, return, enchantment, graveyard, battlefield. There's got to be a common or uncommon way for us to bring that back. Yeah, repair and recharge. 5 mana sorcery, return target artifact, enchantment, or planeswalker card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Create a tapped Power Stone token. So yeah, we could run like 1 or 2 copies of this, maybe just 1 to start, just as a backup plan in case this dies or is removed at instant speed, or hell, if we just run through the whole saga and it sacrifices itself, we can bring it back with repair and recharge. Okay, well, that seems good. Let's see about scry effects. Because Lorehold is just any spell, right? Fuck. Lorehold says each instant and sorcery card in your hand has Miracle too. Well, there goes my whole idea. Okay. Damn, this was going to be really cool. Fuck. Okay. So the reason I liked enchantments was because of Moon Blessed Cleric specifically. We need another card that says search library, instant sorcery, top. We need something else that puts a card on the top of our library specifically. This doesn't do it. Mystical Tutor would have been the perfect card. 1 blue for an instant. Search your library for an instant or sorcery card. Reveal it. Then shuffle and put that card on top. But Mystical Tutor is also... Nah, damn, we have the uncommon version on Arena. Now, it says this is not legal in Historic and Traditional Historic. We could play a different format. Now, I am not very familiar with Timeless. Timeless is slightly terrifying. Timeless says Timeless uses every card on MTG Arena. It's like the equivalent of like Vintage or something in Paper Magic. The power level on here is probably really insane. It's probably not great for us to play here, but this could be a move. What does Pioneer say? Play with an expanded set of cards in this true to paper format. I don't think Lorehold would be legal here. Let's see. You are not legal in Penny, not legal in Pauper. You are legal. This is Pioneer, right? Lorehold is legal in Pioneer. Pioneer might be better. Let's see, Pioneer. Let's go Lorehold. 2 copies of Lorehold. What was the tutor? Wasn't it Mystical Tutor? Fuck. Maybe it's not legal here? Am I thinking of the wrong card? No, it was Mystical Tutor. Okay, it is just not legal in Pioneer. Banned in Historic, banned in Legacy. It is legal in Brawl, Timeless, Commander, Oathbreaker, and restricted in Vintage. Okay, it's got to be Timeless. If we want to run Mystical Tutor, we got to do Timeless, which is... Fuck. All right. Timeless it is. What if you play something that skips your draw step, then you could tutor to your hand and it'd still be the first card drawn that turn? It's not how tutoring to your hand works. It would not be considered a draw. It would just be putting a card in your hand. Otherwise, we could run the 3-drop card that tutors. Let's see. Search, library, instant, and because there's a 3-drop tutor that I love. Solve the equation. 3 mana sorcery, search your library for an instant or sorcery card, reveal it, put in your hand, then shuffle. But yeah, it's just putting it into your hand. It's not drawing a card, which is a big bummer. This card is too good. It's too strong. It's too strong for what we need. Okay. Let's get rid of all of this. Let's add our lore holds to our deck for like the 20th time. So look up our tutor. What? Why are you still banned? Oh, this is historic. Okay. Timeless. God. Mystical Tutor. Make full play set of Mystical Tutor. Phenomenal. Perfect. She's beautiful. I love her. Okay. We have a full play set of Mystical Tutor. Now, what is our big bomb? We are now, because we're going to use Mystical Tutor with Lorehold, we are now running Jeskai colors. We now are a 3-color deck. So we could look for a Jeskai bomb. That is instant sorcery. Let's go 6+. There's Inspired Ultimatum. Target player gains 5 life. Inspired Ultimatum deals 5 damage to any target, then you draw 5 cards. Doing this for 2 mana seems pretty good. Jeskai Revelation. Return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. Jeskai Revelation deals 4 damage to any target. Create 2 1/1 white monk creature tokens with prowess. Draw 2 cards. You gain 4 life. Meetings of the 5. In fact, we could go Wooburg, actually. Meetings of the 5. We could still cast this for just 2 generic mana. Sorcery. Exile the top 10 cards of your library. You may cast spells with exactly 3 colors from among them this turn. Add double Wooburg to your mana pool. Spend this mana only to cast spells with exactly 3 mana colors. Well, it's not great. Flying Crane Technique. Untap all creatures you control. They gain flying and double strike until end of turn. That could be a finisher. If we develop our board to have enough creatures, Flying Crane Technique could be it. This could be good enough. Flying and double strike, that could be a lot of damage. River Wheel Sweep. No. I think our best win con is the Flying Crane Technique. I think that's got to be the move. Which means we need a decently wide board, and Jeskai colors are pretty good about going wide. We can make a lot of creatures with prowess. All right, let's make 1 Flying Crane Technique. Do we need a second one? It's a finisher, but feels kind of boring. Not that you have many other options, it seems. Yeah, it does feel a little bit boring, I won't lie. Our enchantment plan was so much more interesting. But like white, their top end, there's like a bunch of board wipes. We could go Approach of the Second Sun. But like, at that point, why even have the Lorehold? It's just an Approach of the Second Sun deck. And we could just build around this card instead. I would say we could run the Crystal's Chosen. It just did it put in a lot of work against us. But this card only seemed really good when our opponent cast it because they had 2 of the Kami of whatever on the field. So all of these creatures came in as 4/4s rather than 2/2s. And that's a significant difference. 7 mana to make 4 2/2s kind of sucks. 7 mana to make 4 4/4s, much better. So I don't love it. Blue's top end, we could maybe find something to draw or to get an extra turn. But then what are we doing with the extra turn? Like Karn's Temporal Sundering. Target player takes an extra turn after this one, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Like, we could do that. It's not winning us the game. River's Rebuke, we just bounce our opponent's board, but we should be flying over it anyway. Target player draws 7 cards. It's all right. It's fine. What about red? Star of Extinction is almost funny. Does Lorehold work with kicker effects, or is that entirely separate? We would still be able to pay the kicker cost into a spell. Yes, we'd pay 2 mana for the original cost of the spell, and then whatever the kicker cost is, we can still add that onto it. Star of Extinction kind of works, but there's a better way to build a deck that would be more consistent. Lorehold is like an unnecessary middleman for Star of Extinction. This says destroy target land, deal 20 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. There are creatures that say if they take damage, deal that much damage to your opponent. So if we have that creature out and Lorehold, we can cast Star of Extinction for 2 mana, deal 20 to our opponent, but like, we don't really need the Lorehold. We could just play a mono red deck that rams with treasures, cast Star of Extinction on like turn 4 or 5, and win the game. Lorehold is just an unnecessary middleman at that point. You're looking at Rite of Replication, which sounds kind of funny, but it has a kicker cost of 5. Well, Lorehold is already a 5-drop. We would be close. Let me see. Rite of Replication. Okay. So it'd be 2 mana plus the 5 kicker. Create a token that's a copy of target creature. The spell is kicked. Create 5 of those tokens instead. That is kind of cool. 7 mana. If we're trying to cast it with Lorehold, we would still need another creature on the field because the copies would still be legendary. So we couldn't just get free. We couldn't just make 5 copies of Lorehold. Yeah, and Lorehold only saves 2 mana at that point. Yeah, it's not great. Do not love it. What else? Come on, there's gotta be something good. We could play Death Begets Life. 8 mana sorcery, destroy all creatures and enchantments. Draw a card for each permanent destroyed this way. It doesn't win us the game. Not outright, but it could be funny enough that our opponent gets angry and they scoop. But if they're not playing a creature heavy deck, it doesn't really do anything. God damn it. Why is this so hard? All right, let's just look at 7+. Doesn't matter the colors, just 7+. Gotta be something crazy that we can cast for free. Clone Legion. For each creature target player controls, create a token that's a copy of that creature. It's almost good sounding. It has a little bit of the same problem that Rite of Replication has. We would need a bunch of other creatures aside from Lorehold on our field for this to get value, because the copy we make of Lorehold does nothing. It'll just die. Expropriate. This is a better commander card. It's just a way to get an extra turn. We can get an extra turn and take control of one of our opponent's creatures or one of their non-land permanents. Oh, just a permanent. So let's see. 9 mana sorcery, starting with you. Each player votes for time or money. For each time vote, so we're definitely voting for time. We're going to take an extra turn. For each money vote, choose a permanent owned by the voter and gain control of it. Exile, expropriate. So yeah, we can get an extra turn and take one of our opponent's permanents. Enter the Infinite. This is a 12 mana sorcery. Draw cards equal to the number of cards in your library, then put a card from your hand on top of your library. You have no max hand size until your next turn. Enter the Infinite is only really good if we have an alternate win con like Jace, where you want to self-mill to win. So I don't love it. It was almost really good. Almost. It might just be expropriate. Ooh. Ooh, okay. This is the move. Worst fears. 8 mana sorcery. You control target player during that player's next turn. Exile worst fears. No one is going to allow us to take their turn for them. Whenever someone casts, what is it, Emrakul? Here, I'm going to add this to the deck. Emrakul. No one ever sits through that. Which one? The Promised End. When you cast a spell, you gain control of target opponent during that player's next turn. After that turn, that player takes an extra turn. I've had this card cast against me. I've used this card against people. As soon as your opponent is taking your turn for you, everyone scoops. Worst fears. It's got to be it. We go worst fears. We go Lorehold. Now they're going to see it coming. They're going to see it coming when we tutor it to the top of our deck. We're going to start with just one copy. We may go up to a second one, but I'm going to keep the 3 copies of Lorehold, so that way we are more consistently getting that miracle cost reduction. It's got to be worse fears. It took a lot of searching, but this is it. This is the move. Oh, I'm looking at my Twitch. I was like, why does this look weird? I don't normally leave my Twitch open. I normally just have my OBS open because it has my chats here. Okay. Yeah, this is this is it. Someone controlling my turn would be my worst fear. It's true. Absolutely. We're not even going to run black in our deck. We're just going to have worst fears. Okay, now we are playing Timeless. Again, I don't know what the power level is like in Timeless. It's probably going to be horrifying. We're probably going to get curb stomped. So we'll do what we can to survive long enough to get Lorehold out and then Mystical Tutor after the fact. I honestly don't know if it matters, like what else we do with the deck. I don't know if it matters. let's see. I want to run something that says look at the top 4. I think it's Impulse. Yes, Impulse. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. I think that will be good. That can either let us grab Lorehold or Mystical Tutor. Mana base. I want to take a look at the mana base already. I need the fucking filters to work though. Save and exit. Invalid deck save. God damn it. God damn it, Arena. Just work. I need the filters to work. There we go. Land. Okay, we're going to run a full playset of Mystic Monastery. And then Perilous Landscape. Tap, sack this land, search your library for a basic island, mountain, or plains. Easy. So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 24 lands? No, 19. How did that happen? 23, 24. Okay. Let me see what the Deluge card is. Is it in a different color? I don't think we have this Deluge card on Arena. Is it old? Does it look old? So you get rid of these colors. It's 6 plus 3 blue, says 2020 on the card. It might be a commander card. It might be a card that came out in one of the commander sets. And there's a lot of commander specific cards that we do not have on Arena. That could be what the issue is. Let's see. Let's go. I think, I don't know, just prowess creatures, maybe. Monastery Swift Spear. Sure. This Jeskai guy for 4 mana. Sure. Why not? 3-drop prowess creature would be nice. It exiles a sorcery instant from the graveyard and copies it 3 times for free. Ew. That does sound kind of gross. Yeah, I really don't know what else I don't know what kind of shell we want for this deck. Does Lorehold have protection? No. 5 mana, 5/5 haste. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you may discard a card. If you do, Miracle, you may reveal a card with Miracle as it's drawn. If it's the first card you drew this turn, when you do, you may cast it for its Miracle cost. Oh, damn. Okay, so Lorehold is designed for you to cast an instant during your opponent's turn. That's what Lorehold, like maximum value Lorehold, is trying to do. Because this says at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. If you do that during your opponent's upkeep, then that card you are drawing is the first one that you've drawn that turn, which means it too has a miracle cost of 2. So as long as it's an instant, you can cast it for 2 mana. It's interesting. Let's play Kenra's Spell Spear. I like that card. Let's see, 3 mana. Maybe run Borrowed Time for removal. What else do we need? Some more draw effects, probably good. Oh, what's that really good card that lets you scry like 3? Ooh, Ponder. Ponder is sick. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put them back in any order. You may shuffle, draw a card. Ponder is phenomenal for this deck. Then let's see. I maybe want like another 3-drop creature. No, it doesn't need to say draw. Anything in Jeskai for 3? No, that is surprising. Maybe borrow time isn't good. You're heading out? Hey, man, you have a good day. I appreciate you joining us. Damn. All right, what about something that says, whenever cast instant sorcery? Maybe Balmor would be good. Could try to go wide with the deck. Fuck, this deck's, it's hurting my brain. I don't normally build 3-color decks, so I don't know what a good shell is for this deck. Cyclops, Superconductor, 3-mana, 2/2 prowess. When it enters, you get 3 energy counters. When this creature dies, you may pay 3 energy counters. When you do, this creature deals damage equal to power to any target. No, we don't really need that. 3-mana, 2/2 flying prowess kind of sucks. Damn, what about prowess token? Aren't there cards that make prowess tokens? Rally the Monastery. 4 mana, costs 2 less to cast if you cast another spell this turn. Create 2 1/1 white monk creature tokens with prowess. This seems like super good. This seems very doable for our deck. Let's go with Rally the Monastery. We have a ton of low drop cards in the deck, so we should be able to get the cost reduction for this. Let's see. Create 2 1/1 red goblin creature tokens with prowess. Nah. Otter Ball Antics. Otters have been crazy, right? 2 mana sorcery, create a 1/1 blue and red otter creature token with prowess. If the spell is cast from anywhere other than your hand, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature. So 2 mana, make an otter. You can flash back for 4 mana, make a 2/2 otter. No, this is fine. Let's go Elemental token. Let's add in Young Pyromancer into the deck, and then the last thing we need is something that says deal damage. We need instant or sorcery that deals damage. Jeskai Charm, that could be it. Deal 4 damage to target opponent or planeswalker. Put target creature on top of its owner's library. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain lifelink until end turn. Let's try out a full playset of Jeskai Charm. Okay. I won't lie. I'm worried about this deck.
My research is vital to the safety of the multiverse.
Did we already use the white and black dragon? Or do we use the red dragon already? Did we use the red dragon on Prismari? If so, I fucked up. Could work. This deck definitely hurts my brain more than the past one. Oh, than the pest one, yeah. But Worst Fear sounds so funny if it works. It sounds so fucking funny. We might need to change our goal for this deck. Let's see. I did already use the red dragon. I should have used the blue one for Prismari. Because I already used the white dragon too. Which dragon's getting left out? White, red, black. We need... Oh, you know what? We can run the blue dragon here, actually. We have blue in this deck. Aha, it's perfect. It was calculated. I knew we would be running Jeskai. Of course, of course. And then the last one is the green one for Quandrix. Perfect. Okay. Timeless. Timeless Lorehold. Okay, so yeah, for this Lorehold deck, we are changing our goal. Our goal is not to get 3 wins with the deck. It is to simply get the combo off and make our opponent scoop to worst fears. The second that happens, we're done with the deck. Goal has been accomplished. Got what we were looking for. There is worst fears. We need that to be in our library. Fuck. All right, we're gonna mulligan. I'll throw back one of these brush masters. I'm gonna say hello to our opponent and hope we don't die on turn 1. That is a witch's oven. God, they're probably laughing at us just for playing a tap land. Fleeting Effigy. Okay. It's a 2/2 with haste. It goes back to their hand at the end step. Turn 2, we're going to set up Young Pyromancer. Yeah, of course we'd have the one of card that we specifically need to keep in our deck. Our opponent casts Bloody Betrayal. They steal our Young Pyromancer. They sack it to Witch's Oven. Okay, seems like that is their whole game plan. They want to steal our shit and sack it off. We can go Monastery Swift Spear here. Cast Impulse. We get to look at the top 4. We can grab a Mystical Tutor here. Swing in for 2. We set our opponent to 18. Next turn, they probably steal control of our Monastery Swift Spear, but that's fine. Bloody Betrayal. Yep, they steal our Swift Spear. Cast the Fleeting Effigy. He gets to swing in for 3. They sack off the Monastery Swift Spear. Okay, we're on a clock, but it's like a 5-turn clock. So I just need to not play another creature for him to steal. Let's go Ponder. Look at the top 3. Let's see. Put them back in any order you may shuffle. I think we shuffle. I don't think I want any of these. I want Rally the Monastery. No. Let's shuffle our deck. And we draw into a mountain. That's fine. We end the turn. Okay, we just need to find Lorehold. 6% chance to draw it off the top. Opponent plays Ashnod's Altar. That's fine. They don't even swing with their Fleeting Effigy, which is weird. But that saves us 2 points of damage. We're just not going to play a Brushmaster because he's going to steal it and then swing it at us. This seems tolerable so far, at least. A format where every card is legal truly has unlimited potential for silliness. Yeah. And we're also not playing ranked, which I'm hoping is being our saving grace as well. We are playing casual, timeless, not ranked. So yeah, hopefully people are just trying to figure things out down here. Man, we need to top deck. Need to top deck our dragon, though. The problem is, even after we top deck Lorehold, I think he just is going to steal it and sack it off. I might need to add a way to make treasure, just so that way we can hard cast Worst Fears if we need to. Because like right now we're already at 7 mana. Next turn we could just hard cast Worst Fears if we had a treasure. But I did not include any treasure producing cards in our deck. Maybe I get rid of Jeskai Charm. Add in something that makes treasure. They play Fanatical Firebrand. Take 1, we go to 12. We can Ponder here. Look at the top 3. None of these are our dragon, so we're going to shuffle. We draw into a Rally the Monastery. Would it be worth to invest into Lorehold protection? I don't think so. I thought about it, but I don't know. I don't think so. Because, I mean, we haven't run any protection spells for our other dragons so far. All of them, if they had been killed at instant speed, like, you know, it is what it is. All right. He definitely has enough cards in hand and enough mana to steal 2 of our creatures. He's going to steal Jeskai Brushmaster. Now, I did cast the Brushmaster here because we have 2 blockers. So I was hoping that even if he did steal one of our guys, we would be able to, you know, block the guy he steals. And this gets 2 of his, you know, like thief spells out of his hand before we find Lorehold. All right. We block the Brushmaster. He still isn't playing the Fleeting Effigy. He could be connecting for 2 more points of damage here, and I don't know why he's not. He's already missed out on like 4 points of damage. We should be lower. We should be down to like 6 already. Okay, we go down to 11. He has the Ashnod's Altar. He's going to sack off our guy. He's going to sack off a food token. Resolve, that's fine. Yeah, this might just be a really bad matchup for us. Find a mountain, we pass. There goes Fleeting Effigy. We take 4, we go down to 7. He sacks a food, he goes up to 30. Jeskai Charm. Put target creature on top of its owner's library. Oh, this is actually good for us. No, it's not that good. I was going to say at instant speed, that would protect our Lorehold. But then we have to recast Lorehold the next turn. It's not great. Deal 4 damage to target opponent or planeswalker. Creatures you control get ++1 to gain lifelink until end of turn. I think we just pass. Ashnod's Altar. Really, Worst Fear is just an analogy for childhood for me, who didn't have any friends who wanted to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I just played Yu-Gi-Oh! Against myself by playing 2 decks myself. I had Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, and Chaotic cards when I was a child. I did not know how to play any of them except for Chaotic. And that was only because Chaotic had the online version of the card game. So I could not like fuck it up. The game would not allow me to play incorrectly. Yeah, I had a neighbor, an older kid. You know what? That's fine. If I use the Jeskai Charm, is this going to put it on top of my library? Put the Brushmaster on top of his library. He took control of it. Yeah, it says owner. I think that means us. Okay, it doesn't matter. He sacks in response. We're not dead yet. Yeah, but I had a neighbor. He was an older kid. He knew how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! So I played with him a couple times. I'm sure that I didn't know what the fuck was going on, and I'm sure he just like stomped me. Oh my god, this might be it. We're so close to dying, but here's Lorehold. We're down to 2. We go to combat. We swing in 7 damage here. Set our opponent to 23. He has no cards in hand. We need him for 1 turn to not decline this, For one turn, he needs to play a land, top deck a land. Do not play a thief spell. Reinforce Ronin, that doesn't steal our creature, but that does fucking kill us. No! No! Why did I swing? Why did I attack? Why am I stupid? Why didn't I leave up blockers? I knew he had the fleeting effigy in hand. We were down to 2. What is wrong with me? Why am I stupid? It's Mystical Tutor. We can make a blocker here with Young Pyromancer. Fuck, why didn't I leave up more blockers? No, no, that's our worst fears. It's right there. I just needed to not attack. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. That was it. That was our out. Fuck. Fuck, no. We died. I'm so dumb. We should have died like 2 turns ago because there were a couple turns where he chose not to swing with the fleeting effigy. But fuck. God damn it. That was it. We had it. Fuck. God damn it. God damn it. I don't think even if we were able to cast it that we would win. But again, maybe our opponent would just scoop to us stealing their turn. Damn. Damn. Lore Hold and Mystical Tutor in our opening hand. We are goated. All right, turn 1, Mystic Monastery. This is it. This is it. It's only game 2. We got it. Merfolk are very aggressive. Second Lore Hold. We don't need 2. Let's get down. Perilous Landscape. We'll sack this, grab a blue. We'll grab an island. We'll pass. We need to survive until turn 5 to play the Lore Hold. Fuck, we need 6 mana. Okay, he played a tap land. That's slow. And he's only played a Jungle Delver. This is good. This is good. This has to be it. Yeah. We go Impulse. We find land number 4. Fuck. There's no land number 4 here. I'll grab Young Pyromancer, I guess. Oh, come on. Don't do me like this. Don't screw us with lands. Okay, he's gonna buff the Jungle Delver. It becomes a 3/3 with flying. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen. We go to 16. We hit land number 4. That's very important. Man, I really wish that this targeted creatures. I think I just set up the Jeskai Brushmaster, I guess. If our opponent has removal, maybe they try to use it on the Brushmaster. Come on, we can get it. We need 2 more lands, though. Or at least 1 more. We play Lore Hold. Then the turn after that, we can Mystical Tutor. And then the turn after that... Okay. Okay, we can play Lore Hold. We can do it right now. Our opponent, they just miss a land drop. That's huge. I'm going to say no attacks. I'm taking no chances with this Lore Hold. I will decline. I was like, he had 1 green up. I was like, if I swing into his 2/1 and he hits us with a giant growth, I will cry. We played the Lore Hold. We put a stop at our upkeep. I just got there in time. I just thought about it. We Mystical Tutor now. Prowess trigger. Mystical Tutor. We put Worst Fears on top. We draw. Reveal Worst Fears. Reveal it for miracle cost of 2 colorless. We target a player. You control a target player during that player's next turn. Yes. Another Prowess trigger. Play out Young Pyromancer. We go to combat. We swing a 4/6 double strike. We leave up our Lore Hold because during his turn, we can swing into our own Lore Hold to kill off his creatures. Our opponent takes 8. They go down to 13. Let this resolve. I will not discard a card because we have no mana. Oh, we're doing it. We are taking our opponent's turn. Ooh, he has a Jungle Delver, a Vine Shaper Mystic, River's Rebuke, one with the Wind, this thing, and that thing. Okay, got a bunch of merfolk. Let's go to combat. Let's swing his 4/4 into my lore hold. Let's pass the blockers. Let's do that. Cool, that dies into our lore hold. Let's see, with our mana that we have left, when this enters, put a +++ counter on each of up to 2 target merfolk you control. Jungle Delver. I think we're just gonna tap out and end the turn. Okay, that was not the craziest thing I've ever seen, but we got to do it, and it was cool. We can go Jeskai Charm here. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain lifelink until end of turn. I think that seems good. We do this. Brushmaster, that gets a prowess trigger. Young Pyromancer, that gets bigger too. Go to combat. We swing 4/6 double strike with lifelink, a 6/6 flying lifelink, and a 3/2 lifelink. Come on. How much damage is this? Is this enough? Is that lethal? That's lethal, baby. Let's go. Ah, let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Did I have fun in the match? Fuck yeah, I had fun in the match. Game number 2. We got there. Underwhelming, maybe a little, yeah. Yeah, just a little bit. But it's still funny to just take over an opponent for a turn. We did it. We did it on our second try. Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't like fuck up his board more. Yeah, I couldn't even like swing his other merfolk at us because I think it also had flying. So we couldn't block it and kill it off too. But that's okay. We did the thing. Let's see, we're 3 hours into this recording. I think we're just going to take it. I think that'll have to be good enough. People will get the idea. All right, lore hold. Win versus, who did we play? Penny for the guy versus Penny for the guy. And that was around the 3 hour mark. Sick. We only got 1 Elder Dragon left, and we are making great timing. Okay, last one, Quandrix. Quandrix, I think, is the one that I think will be the most fun. Quandrix the Proof. 6 mana, 6/6, Elder Dragon with flying and trample. It has Cascade. Our other dragons, I don't think we're really doing as much on the turn that you play them. Right? A lot of these were set up. All of these dragons have been set up for our instant and sorcery cards. Quandrix says instant and sorcery spells you cast from your hand have Cascade. So this is also a setup card. However, when you cast Quandrix, you will get to Cascade just from playing him. So when you cast a spell, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card that costs less. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost if its mana value is less than this spell's. The exiled cards on the bottom of your library in a random order. So Quandrix, I think, gets us the most value just on cast. So even if our opponent kills Quandrix at instant speed, we still get value. Unlike our other dragons, if all of these had been killed at instant speed immediately after we played them, we weren't really going to get value. So we'll just play Quandrix. We'll look for another rare card that says Cascade. Ew, not you. Let's see. Damn. Oh, you know what? I just played with Cascade. It wasn't that good. there were not, first off, there's not a lot of Cascade cards. But then secondly, they were not that impressive. Okay, that's fine. Instead, we look for a big Simic card. We just look for a good instant or sorcery to cast that will then have Cascade from Quandrix. Something decent in size. Body of Research is hilarious. 6 mana sorcery creates a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of cards in your library. We can make like a 40/40 fractal. And I think that's pretty funny. I've built a deck with Body of Research before where you make like a 40/40 fractal and then you just fling it at your opponent's face. And that's pretty funny. Mind into Matter. X, blue and a green for a sorcery, draw X cards, then you may put a permanent card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. That's probably pretty good, actually. Body of Research, I think, is funnier. Mind into Matter, probably the better card. So we'll just do that. Quandrix is a dragon. We could still run the dragon orbs. Dragon kind. Let's see. Ooh, the green one's really good. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. When you spend this mana to cast a dragon creature spell, it enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it and gains hexproof until your next turn. So we can keep Quandrix alive and it'll come in as a 7/7 with flying and trample. That's just good. That's just good. Ramp spells, we got tons of ways to ramp since we're in green. Let's see. Basic, land, battlefield. What's the newer one? Shared Roots. Run a full playset of that, and then maybe just Cultivate. Yeah, fuck it. Let's make the rest of the deck landfall. Maybe not. Do I want to go Simic Landfall? See, is there anything that cares about instant or sorcery cards in these colors? Quandrix, Pledge Mage, 3 mana, 2/2. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. We could go Simic counters. That would be a little more interesting than a landfall. Incubation, sorcery. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them, put in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Or we can cast Incongruity. 3 mana, instant. Exile target creature. That creature's controller creates a 3/3 green frog lizard creature token. Let's go with Pledge Mage. Let's go with Incubation. That can help us find our Quandrix, which is nice. Then who else? Let's see. Instant sorcery +1 counter. Deluge Virtuoso is a 3-drop. We already have a bunch of 3-drops. Karok Wrangler, 5 mana, 3/3 elf druid. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. I like the idea of it. I can run 2 of these for sure. Maybe we just make our deck really heavy. We could run a Serpentine Curve. 4 mana sorcery, create a 0/0 fractal. Put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is 1 plus the total number of instant sorcery cards you own in exile and in your graveyard. I don't think we're running that many. Deluge Virtuoso, 3 mana, 2/2. When it enters, tap target creature and opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, this creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn instead. We can run this. We're super, super heavy in the 3-drop slot, though. Like super heavy. Let's see. +1 counter, instant sorcery. We could run 2 copies of Growth Curve. What about give or take? Put 3 +1/+1 counters on target creature. Remove all +1/+1 counters from target creature you control. Draw that many cards. That's kind of cool. And Deluge Virtuoso. I think that's got to go, actually. We'll cut that out. Quandrix, Pledge Mage. I kind of like the idea of take. +1 counter, creature. In both colors. What do we run? Biomathematician. 3 mana 2/2 human wizard. When it enters, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put a +1/+1 counter on each fractal you control. Terrafractal isn't bad. Oh, you know what? What's that new word? Increment. That puts +1/+1 counters, doesn't it? Increment. Whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana you spent is greater than this creature's power or toughness, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This is a 2-drop. This is also a 2-drop. Both with increment. This is Flying Trample. I'm going to run Cuboid Colony. I want to see that be used. Fractal Tender. 5 mana, 3/3 Elf Wizard, Ward 2 with increment. At the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on this creature this turn, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token and put 3 +1/+1 counters on it. Let's go 2 copies of Fractal Tender. And then I think I will just throw in a Consider. Playset of Consider. To round out the deck. Let's see. Mana base, 89% green, 61% blue. Just throw in a full playset of Thornwood Falls. I think this will work. It feels a little bit less flashy than our other decks, but should be okay. And we need the green dragon. There it is, green dragon. Hell yeah. Just do a little bit of like fractal beatdown stuff. Easy peasy. Done. Boom. Quandrix. All right, game number 1. Okay, so since we're back onto a normal deck, the goal is still to get 3 wins again. In our opening hand, we find 2 copies of Quandrix. We only run 2 copies, so kind of good, kind of bad. 1 copy would have been plenty, I think. But we will take the backup. Next turn, we go Shared Roots. We're going to grab a Forest, put down to the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. Mind into Matter. X, blue and a green. Man, our opening hand had 3 out of our 4 rare cards. Draw X cards, then you may put a permanent card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. We may end up just casting this for like 1 or 2 to just draw some cards. That could put a Cuboid Colony onto the battlefield, maybe. We're going to hit our opponent with a hello. You seem to be really thinking hard about this turn 1 play. Don't mind me, I'm gonna eat a chip. Okay, I think our opponent has left the building. We're gonna go shared routes here. We're gonna grab a forest. We will end, and we'll see if our opponent comes back. I'm gonna go throw a protein bar in my fridge. All right. Yeah, here I'm just going to cast Mind into Matter for X equals 2. We'll get to draw 2 cards, and if we hit a 2-drop... Oh, it works with lands. I didn't even think about that. That's very good to know. Yeah, we'll put permanent card, mana value 2 or less onto the battlefield. Hell yeah. That means next turn we can cast Quandrix. However, if we wait an additional turn to play Quandrix, we could play Jade Orb of Dragonkind first. It's not going to matter because our opponent has left the building. They are gone. They are preoccupied. AFK. Who knows? Could be anything. Maybe they really had to go to the bathroom. Maybe their cat just threw up on the carpet. That's it. Those are the only 2 reasons why you would go AFK. I forgot that I had Quest protein barbecue chips. So I am about to absolutely destroy these. And that way I get to save my baked Lay's for the other half of my sandwich. Okay, game 1, done. Diligent Zookeeper. 4 mana 4/4. Each non-human creature you control gets +1/+1 for each of its creature types. Well, maximum of 10. That is a really interesting card. You could run that with the artifact that says each creature you control is every creature type. So then all of your creatures get +10/+10. That's kind of dope. Oh, wait, it says each non-human, though. And they would also be a human. Oh, so that doesn't work. Interesting. We open with Quandrix again, which is awesome. Our opponent plays Duress. If he makes us discard Quandrix, I'm going to concede. We're fine. Duress says non-creature, non-land. I was being dramatic. Here we will cast Incubation. We get to look at the top 5. We grab a Fractal Tender. I am a little bit concerned about our mana, because we do not have blue mana. We need to top deck an island like right now. Fuck. We miss a land drop. We hit land number 3. Wow. We really got screwed by the fact that he made us discard this Cultivate. We draw something that we can play. That's good. Oh, and that gives us access to blue mana. Oh, these orbs are so good. Surveil 1, throw that in the garbage. Draw into an island. We're back in this game. Let's consider again. Try to look for another land, another island on top. Beautiful, perfect. Finally get there. Okay, next turn we can play Quandrix. And it's going to have hexproof thanks to Jade Orb of Dragonkind. Which means we don't have to worry about the removal that our opponent most definitely has in their mono black deck. Boom, Quandrix. On cast, we get a Cascade trigger. We hit a Mind into Matter. That is literally the worst possible fucking card we could have hit. We could not have hit worse. We only have 2 X cost cards in our deck. That was one of them. Wow. That was extremely unlucky. Super unlucky. Our opponent swings in with their Typhoid Rats. Obviously, we're not blocking that. We take the 1. From here, I'm going to play Cuboid Colony. If our opponent has instant speed removal, they can kill Quandrix now. They do, and they will. Quandrix dies. Their Malakir Coldblade gets bigger. We are going to exile their Veto. That triggers our increment, but our opponent gets a 3/3 Lizard Frog in response. Cuboid Colony dies. We take 7, go down to 6. We can make a 3/3 here. We're still just going to lose, though. All right, well, that game sucked ass. We missed 2 land drops. And then our Cascade, it did nothing. That was a very, very unlucky game. That was horrible. If our opponent just had not duressed us on turn 1, that game would have gone a lot smoother. We would have been able to get the land drops that we needed. And then that would have shuffled our deck. So chances are we would not have cascaded into an X cost spell where we could not pay anything into X. All right, here we are in another game. Our opening hand, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful looking curve. We have the Quandrix in our opening hand. You'll love to see it. Our opponent just casts many partings. Search your library for a basic land card reveal, put in your hand, then shuffle, create a food token. Turn 1, we do nothing. Turn 2, however, we get to cast Shared Roots. If we don't draw into another land, we do draw into another land. I was going to say we'd play the Shared Roots. But you know what? I'm going to be greedy. I'm going to go for the Cuboid Colony. We'll see if our opponent has removal for it. They may just be getting priority from their food token. They have a go for the throat. That's fine. No big deal. Next turn, we just go Cultivate. They make another food token, and they're playing Witch's Cottage. Here we go, Cultivate. I will grab 2 islands. Put 1 on the board, put 1 into our hand. Next turn, we can play Jade Orb of Dragonkind, and then also Shared Roots. Could play this. Let's play his 5-drop. Our opponent played Polar Werebear, 4 mana, 4/5. Has hexproof if it hasn't dealt damage yet. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, create a food token. Pay a blue, sack a food, draft a card from his spellbook. When you do, add triple blue. Spend this mana only to cast blue creature spells. And this is everything in his spellbook. They cast Foreboding Fruit. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Okay. It says, if at least 3 black mana was spent to cast a spell, create a food token. It looks like the auto tapper did not use 3 black for him. We take 4 damage from his Polar Bear. He makes a food token, and now this no longer has hexproof. From here, we have our Carrick Wrangler on the field. 5 mana, 3/3 Elf Druid. Whenever you cast or copy an instant sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. We can go Cultivate. That will put a counter on our creature. Grab 2 forests. We will play, I think, the Jade Orb of Dragonkind here. And then we can swing in for 4 damage. We could have made our creature a 5/5, but I would rather have the orb down, so that way next turn when we cast Quandrix, it will have hexproof. And hopefully it will survive for a turn. Hopefully. Our opponent plays Exquisite Blood. Whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. Here we play Quandrix, and we're going to Cascade. We hit a Quandrix Pledge Mage. Okay, could have been worse. Quandrix enters as a 7/7 with hexproof. Here we get to cast Shared Roots. That triggers both of our creatures. Let's make the Wrangler a 5/5. We Cascade. Oh yeah, our instant and sorcery cards have Cascade. So by casting the Shared Roots, we get to Cascade into a Consider. Oh wow. Which means we can keep making our creatures bigger. This is actually pretty good. Forest, we're good on lands. We draw into a land anyway. Let's put that onto the battlefield. We have a 6/6. Let's swing the 6/6. We deal 6 to our opponent. We set him down to 13. We have a 4/4 blocker and our Quandrix as a 7/7 blocker. Our opponent casts Grixis Command. So we had to sacrifice our creature. We had to sacrifice our Quandrix, even though we cast it with hexproof. And yeah, that really sucks. Ooh, this Mind into Matter is kind of a really good top deck, though. Let's go Shared Roots. We got to put some more counters on our creatures. Shared Roots again. We get more Magecraft triggers here. And then with whatever mana we have left, we're going to go Mind into Matter. 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7. We go X equals 5. More Magecraft triggers. We get to draw 5 cards and then put a permanent card with mana value 5 or less from our hand onto the battlefield. We will put the Quandrix Pledge Mage down. Go to combat. We swing in for 16. Our opponent sacrifices a food token. They go down to 12. And that's good game. I did not realize that this entered tapped. Yeah, that was a little bit of an oversight. I was thinking that we would still have a blocker up. All right, that one was my bad. Man, we can't seem to keep Quandrix alive, though. I would like to play against an opponent who is not running black, who does not have instant speed removal. or a sacrifice effect. Come on, we're so close. We find Mind into Matter again. Our opponent's playing Landfall. If they have a Mossborn Hydra on 3, we are just going to lose. We have no interaction in this deck. They play Studious first year. Okay. Their Chocobo goes up to a 1/2. We play out our Cuboid Colony. They cast Rampant Growth. Their Chocobo becomes a 2/3. We'll say no blocks. We go down to 16. I didn't see them play their land for turn. They may have just missed a land drop. Here, we're going to cast Mind into Matter for X equals 1. Just to trigger our Cuboid Colony, make it a 2/2. Oh yeah, and we get to ramp. So that's pretty good. We say no attacks. I'll hold up the 2/2 as a blocker against his Studious first year. There's a Mossborn Hydra. Oh, we do have removal. We have Incongruity. I forgot that we put this in the deck. This Chocobo is really beating our ass still. Well, we do have an answer for the Mossborn Hydra now. Bro just said good game. That's interesting. I wonder if he still thinks it's good game. Take 4 more, we go down to 8. We draw Quandrix off the top. We cascade into a Cultivate. Not exactly what we were hoping to see there. Another blocker would have been nice. There goes our Quandrix. Ooh, Planar Engineering. All right, now we lose. This Quandrix deck is not working out. Okay, let's take a look at the deck. Okay, Fractal Tender and the Wrangler, these can go. Pledge Mage, I like. Mind into Matter, we keep seeing this early, but I don't want to see it early. I think we need another creature. Maybe a 1-drop to keep us alive. We could run Symmetry Sage. Symmetry Sage is a good combination of defensive and offensive. Let's see if that helps us out. If we had had an early game Symmetry Sage, we wouldn't have gotten beaten down as hard last game. So hopefully it's enough. Maybe we need better removal. Okay, come on. This has to be it. Our opponent's going first, which is unfortunate. We're starting at a disadvantage. But our opening hand, it looks pretty good. We have Symmetry Sage. Ugh, our opponent's playing Life Gain. We have Symmetry Sage on turn 1. So we have a blocker against our opponent's life gain creatures. Turn 2, we don't have a play yet. But turn 3, we can set up our Jade Orb of Dragonkind for our Quandrix. Opponent plays Helpful Hunter. Nice. You still swing the Charm Stray here. You swing in to gain the life. Swing. Swing at me. Attack me. Okay. Oh, easy day. And we top deck the 2-drop that we need to fill out our curve. Easy day. Next turn we go Jade Orb of Dragonkind, and that will trigger the increment on the Cuboid Colony. Our opponent's playing cats. They are a cat tribal deck. I'll say no blocks. We'll take 6 damage, which is a lot, but I think we need to. We play out the Jade Orb of Dragonkind. Cuboid Colony becomes a 2/2. We say no attacks. This can at least trade with like one of his creatures now. Plays another King of the Pride. Well, fuck me then. Oh, we just lose? Just like that, huh? Jesus Christ, man. Can't even cast Quandrix. Fuck! Why is this so hard? We're on the last goddamn fucking dragon. I want Quandrix to be done. I thought Quandrix would be the best dragon. The lore hold deck wasn't even this hard. Going first. Let's try again. All right, turn 1, Symmetry Sage. Well, turn 2, Symmetry Sage. Our opponent plays Spirit Mascot. Here we go, Cultivate. Triggers Symmetry Sage. It becomes a 3/3. We'll grab 2 islands, put 1 onto the battlefield. 1 goes into our hand. Swing in for 3 damage. Set our opponent to 17. Next turn, we can cast Incubation. Look at the top 5 and try to find our Quandrix. We take 2 damage from his mascot, and he passes. Yeah, let's start with Incubation. We get to look at the top 5. This triggers Symmetry Sage. Becomes a 3/3 again. Don't find our dragon. That is a bummer. So I think I just play out Cuboid Colony here. Next turn we'll have 6 mana. We can go double Pledge Mage. If we cast double Pledge Mage next turn, that will turn our Cuboid Colony into a 3/3. Just kidding, they have removal. So we're going to draw with this Clue token. And we pass. Next turn, we still go double Pledge Mage, I think. Our opponent plays Garrison Excavator. 4 mana, 3/4 with Menace. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 red and white spirit creature token. Okay. We're going to play out Quandrix Pledge Mage 1 and Quandrix Pledge Mage 2. Say no attacks. Next turn, we can trigger Magecraft a whole bunch of times by casting Shared Roots and Consider. So these should be, we'll make these 4/4 creatures. Symmetry Sage will get to trigger at least twice as well. Should be a good turn. I might need to get rid of Jade Orb of Dragonkind. They're going to Burst Lightning a Pledge Mage. Feels bad. opponent is swinging a bunch of damage. They played practiced offense. We go down to 6. Play another Symmetry Sage. Sure, I guess. Play Shared Roots. That will trigger our Symmetry Sages. Grab a Forest. We will consider. Thornwood Falls, get rid of that. We don't need any more lands. We get to cast Incubation here. And off the top 5, we find no creatures. Yes. It's very good. Does this have flashback for 2? Jesus Christ. All right, we can't even attack. We say no attacks. This should not be this difficult. Our opponent plays Quintorius while we top deck a land. Feels good. What do we even do? We go up to a 3rd copy of Quandrix. We remove Mind into Matter. We need a good 2-drop creature. Two mana 2/2. When this enters, create a lander token, pay 8, draw 2 cards, and create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. Combine Guild Mage. Two mana, 2/2 flying, more for 3. When this creature's turn face up, you may return another target creature to its owner's hand. When this creature enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. There's a lot of 2-drop options, but I don't love any of these. Corlessa Scale Singer, 2 mana, 1/4 Dragon Bard. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast dragon spells from the top of your library. That's what I'm talking about. Let's run 3 copies of Corlessa. That will help us find our dragon. And I'm going to cut back on 1 copy of incongruity. I'm going to cut back on Incubation. And I think I want to run 2 copies of Frilled Mystic. 4 mana, 3/2 elf lizard wizard flash. When this creature enters, you may counter target spell. Actually, it's not that great. What about Tam? 4 mana, 4/3 landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, Tam becomes prepared. Deep Sight, pay a blue and a green sorcery, draw a card and gain 1 life. Tam isn't bad. All right, I'll keep the 4 copies of Incubation. I'll go up 1 copy of Tam. And we just hope that this is finally decent enough. Cuboid Colony might just be garbage. I like the idea of the card, but it hasn't done anything for us yet. If this version of the deck still does not work, I won't lie to you guys. I'm going to copy my Merfolk deck. I'm going to cut out 2 of the rares, and I'm going to throw in 2 copies of Quandrix. And that's it. We're going to play Merfolk plus a Quandrix. That's it. And trust me, we'll get the 2 wins we need. Also, we just drew into a second copy of Quandrix. Definitely not what we wanted to see here. Turn 3, we're going to play Pledge Mage. Our Cuboid Colony will become a 2/2. We swing in for 2. Our opponent played In Search of Greatness. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may cast a permanent spell from your hand with mana value equal to 1 plus the greatest mana value among other permanents you control without paying its mana cost. If you don't, scry 1. He plays out a second copy. Here, we're going to play our 1 of Tam. That will trigger our increment again. We'll swing in for 5. Set our opponent down to 13. Next turn, when we play our land, Tam will become prepared, and we will be able to cast Deep Sight, draw a card, and gain 1 life. Our opponent plays Toski, Bearer of Secrets. We play our land, Tam becomes prepared, we draw a card and gain a life. That triggers our Pledge Mage. We find a tapped land. Here we will go to combat. I will swing out. They can just chump block with Toski, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, they get to draw a card. So they get to chump block our 4 damage. They take 6, they go down to 7, and next turn they will be able to draw a card. But yeah, it is what it is. Next turn we can hard cast. We can just cast Quandrix. So we will. Our opponent still hasn't gotten anything for free from In Search of Greatness, so that's been good. In fact, does this have to attack each combat if able? This does. He can't leave this up as a blocker. That's good for us. They have Toski fight Tam. Tam dies. We take 3 damage from Toski. He gets to draw a card. Here we play Quandrix. That will trigger our increment. Cuboid Colony becomes a 4/4. We get to cultivate. That triggers Quandrix Pledge Mage. Grab 2 lands. And our opponent concedes. Okay, there we go. That felt good. That felt good. I think, am I running 2 copies of Tam? If I'm not running 2 copies, I will go up to a second copy. I'll find something else to cut. Let's go 2 copies of Corlessa and then 2 copies of Tam. That's probably good enough. All right. So it was good. Honestly, that might even be the game that we use for the video. We got to play the Quandrix. The Cascade was good and was having synergy with the creatures on our board, and then we won the match. That might be it. So let me add that to my notes. 348. Win versus Lug. Quandrix. All right, we go first. Let's keep this 7. Let me save my note. Turn 1, we go Consider. We find a Quandrix. We keep that. Turn 2, we go Cuboid Colony. If we're greedy, on turn 3, we go second Cuboid Colony. And then we cultivate off curve on 4. Maybe, just maybe, if we want to be that greedy, that's what we do. That way we can continue to grow our second copy of Cuboid Colony as well. All right, Colony 1 goes down. Hey, do you guys see our opponent's companion? What the hell is that? And why do I not have one? I don't have that dragon. I have these dragons. I don't have that one. Turn 3, we're going to set up Quandrix Pledge Mage. Chances are our opponent in Rakdos colors has more removal. If Pledge Mage dies to removal, that's okay. We won't be that sad. If it lives, though, we get to cultivate next turn, and that would be good. Our opponent's thinking long and hard about something. Come on, Mana Burn. What you got? Play a creature. No balls? Nope. Hero's Downfall. Like I said, it's not the worst thing ever. We draw into a Shared Roots. It's actually very good. This allows us to play Cuboid Colony here, cast the Shared Roots, make our colony a 2/2. Grab a forest, we put it onto the battlefield. Next turn, we can cultivate, and that will give us the mana that we need to cast Quandrix. However, we are running low on resources, and I'm sure our opponent has 7 more removal spells in their hand. Our opponent plays a Slumbering Cerberus. 2 mana 4/2. This creature doesn't untap during your untap step. Morbid, at the beginning of each end step if a creature died this turn. Untap this creature. Interesting. Let's see. Increment says, whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana you spent is greater than this creature's power or toughness, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay, Shared Roots does nothing. We're going to go Cultivate here. Cuboid Colony will become a 3/3. We grab 2 lands. I'll just grab double forests. We get to play our land for turn. And then we cast Shared Roots. We go grab an island. I will go to combat. I will swing 3. We set our opponent to 17. That is the first point of damage that has been dealt this game so far. Our opponent plays Vampire Gourmand. Gourmand? I don't know. Our opponent swings in 6. We take... Our opponent swung. We take 6 damage. We go down to 14. Here we can play Quandrix. That triggers Increment for Cuboid Colony. We cascade. We cascade into an Incubation. Let's cast the Incubation part. I don't need to destroy one of his creatures. We miss with the Incubation. We reveal the top 5. Or we look at the top 5 and reveal a creature, but there's no creature to reveal. We'll play Symmetry Sage from hand. We will go to combat. I will swing my 4 damage in the air. Set our opponent to 13. If we can find an instant or sorcery off the top of our library, Symmetry Sage would allow us to have lethal next turn in the air. Well, let's see if our opponent has removal for the Quandrix, the Proof. They go to combat. I'm going to block the Diregraph Ghoul with my Symmetry Sage. See if they have a combat trick. They do. Fake your own death. Okay. We take 4. We go down to 10. They play another Diregraph Ghoul. And Slumbering Cerberus untaps. Man, we top deck the Shared Roots, which would have been lethal. Can I swing here? If I swing, do we just die? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can't afford to swing. I threw the game with that block. I should have just taken the damage. That would have been lethal. That would have been game over. Our opponent swings out. I will be forced to block if they have a second copy of Fake Your Own Death. That will be a bummer. They sack off one of their Diregraph Ghouls to make their Vampire unblockable and draw a card. It's actually good for us. We block here and we block here. We're going to take 6 damage. Our opponent plays a Braid. Cuboid Colony will die. We go down to 4. Cerberus untaps. We top deck a land. Definitely not what we wanted to see. This has Cascade. Thanks to Quandrix, we Cascade into a Symmetry Sage. I'll swing in the 6. We have 1 blocker. I have to hope that that's enough. Symmetry Sage is going to have to chump block for Slumbering Cerberus. So Symmetry Sage is going to die here. We go down to 2. I will hit our opponent with Good Game. I don't think we have any way to deal 1 additional point of damage. I think we just lose. Top deck. Another land. Feels good, and we lose to what is one of these starter decks. That is one of the free starter decks. Did I throw by blocking with Symmetry Sage? I did, but that still feels bad. Okay, I'm going to give Quandrix 1 more chance. If it does not work, no, I don't care. I'm ready to end the stream. If we win with, if we win this game, I will continue to try to get the 3 wins with this deck. If not, I already have footage of a good game. Good enough for me. I'm ready to end the stream. It's now 7:14. I have editing that I need to do, and I want to eat my dinner. Also, I need to feed my dogs. All right, turn 1, we start with a Symmetry Sage. Turn 2, I'm going to play out the Cuboid Colony, and we'll pass. Our opponent plays Malcolm, Alluring Scoundrel. Whenever Malcolm deals combat damage to a player, put a chorus counter on it, draw a card, then discard a card. If there are 4 or more chorus counters on Malcolm, you may cast the discarded card without paying its mana cost. Okay, we're going to cast Cultivate here to guarantee that we have a land drop for next turn. That triggers Increment on Cuboid Colony. Grab 2 lands. Go to combat. I will swing both. If he wants to trade his Malcolm for our Cuboid Colony, I'd be okay with that. He does not trade. He takes the 5. He goes down to 15. Next turn, we can double cast whatever we feel like. We can go Cultivate, Shared Roots. Cultivate, Incubation. We could go Incubation, Shared Roots. We got options next turn. We got options. We take 2 damage from Malcolm. They now get to draw a card, then discard a card. Oh, and they discard a Geralf, the Fleshright. There is zombie deck? A zombie deck that's running Malcolm? What a weird choice. All right, let's go with Incubation. Let's look at the top 5 and reveal a creature. We find Quandrix. That's perfect. We will now Cultivate again. That will trigger Symmetry Sage and Cuboid Colony. Grab 2 forests. Swing in for 8 damage here. We set our opponent down to 7, and next turn we can play Quandrix. Opponent says nice. We say thanks. It looks like our opponent may be struggling to hit their land drops. Oh, there's land number 4. When it enters, they get a scry 1. They leave that card on top. They play Moonstone Harbinger. 3 mana, 1/3 flying death touch. Whenever you gain or lose life during your turn, bats you control get +1/+0 and gain death touch until end of turn. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay, let's play out Quandrix. It triggers our increment on Cuboid Colony. We cascade into a Cultivate. That will trigger Symmetry Sage. Grab 2 more lands out of our deck. We go to combat. We swing our 3/3 and our 4/4. He does have a death touching bat, but that's fine. He blocks the Symmetry Sage. And he will also block with Malcolm as well. Takes 3 trample damage. He goes down to 4. And we're looking good. Does he have removal for Quandrix? He needs removal for both, or removal plus a blocker. A Bloodthirsty Conqueror is not it. We will cast Shared Roots with Cascade. We find a Consider off the Cascade. We draw into a Shared Roots. We will then cast this Shared Roots to Cascade again. Cascade into a Symmetry Sage. And now we go to combat, swing in for lethal. And we hit our opponent with GG. Nice. All right, we got a win. I've just hit the 4-hour mark. I said if I won, I would go for the 3 wins. That means at most 4 more games. So we'll try. We will try for 2 more wins. I will do it. I will honor what I said. Though I should have just said, win or lose, I'm out. Because now it's going to be 9:30 by the time I'm done with this stream. Oof, my back. All right, we go first. That is a bad opening hand. We mulligan down to 5. We can keep 6. I can afford to throw back a land because we have Shared Roots into Cultivate for our curve. So even though we're keeping only a 2-land hand, we should be fine. Our opponent plays Typhoid Rats. Okay. Here we go. Shared Roots. Our Symmetry Sage will become a 3/3. We'll grab a Forest, put that onto the battlefield. Swing in for 3. Set our opponent to 17. I could be greedy and play the Pledge Mage this turn. Oh, God. Our opponent just played Rat Colony. That's kind of bad. We're going to play the Pledge Mage. We're going to Consider. We'll make Symmetry Sage a 3/3. Pledge Mage will become a 3/3. I will throw a Forest into the garbage. We draw into a Forest. Swing 3 in the air. We set our opponent to 14. I kind of hope he swings his rats at us, but more than likely he's going to have a second Rat Colony. Plays Rat Burglar. We discard the Forest that we drew. He does swing at us. Say no blocks. We take 5. We go down to 14. We draw into another land. Feels horrible. We cast Cultivate. We make our Symmetry Sage a 3/3. Pledge Mage becomes a 4/4. Grab double forests. Go to combat. Swing our 3/3 and our 4/4. He's got to block the 4/4, right? No, he doesn't. He takes all 7 damage. He goes down to 7. Plays another Rat Colony. Plays another Rat Colony. He swings in 6. Swings 6 damage at us. We go down to 8. Ooh, nice. We top deck the Quandrix, which is big. We play this out. We Cascade. We hit a Consider. Okay. Symmetry Sage will become a 3/3. Pledge Mage becomes a 5/5. We draw into a Cultivate. Can I afford to swing at all, or are we dead? I don't think I can swing anything. Do I have to block all 3 rat colonies? I do now. Which means Quandrix is going to die. Which means, all right, we just lose to the rat colony. All right, that is the end of the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad you got to see all 5 Elder Dragons from Strixhaven. Don't build Quandrix. Don't do it. don't build it however I was building it. Doesn't work. But that's going to be the end of the stream. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you guys probably tomorrow.